unmute yourself. Please use the Microsoft Teams raised hand for feature icon to call upon and to remove it after finished speaking. Thank you. With that, I'd like to get a motion to approve the approval of the agenda or any changes to the agenda. Okay, seeing none, I will look for a motion then to approve the agenda. I need a mover. Thank you, Ron. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed to us having our discussions today? None. Therefore, it's carried. The Budget Committee meeting has been scheduled today with tomorrow, November the 3rd, as an alternate date if deliberations cannot be completed today. If the November 3rd date is required, the meeting will commence tomorrow morning at 9:30. I would like to remind members of council that the Budget Committee meeting must adjourn today at 3 p.m. to hold the Public Hearing Committee meeting. Are there any additions to the agenda? Oh, I did that, so I moved it already. That's good. Any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Today, we will be addressing the proposed 10-year capital plan that Norfolk County's team has been preparing over the last number of months. This document includes major repairs and replacements related to both major core infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, water, and wastewater, plus infrastructure required for community services, including arenas and parks. It also includes initiatives for new and improved services for residents. This plan is not a plan for just 2022. It also sets out our goals and direction on how our community will be maintained and developed over the next 10 years. The 2022 capital plan highlights include an update on water supply strategy, various changes based on asset management plans, various changes based on indexing, continued investment in core services, noting a reduction in road resurfacing projects is being put forward by staff to mitigate financial pressures. In closing, it is my understanding that this council has achieved the strategic priority of moving Norfolk County towards a stronger financial position. This has not been an easy process. It is a difficult one. Difficult decisions have been made. Though progress may be slower than anticipated, and the initial vision may have been that a stronger financial outlook would have been achieved in 2021, the key is to keep moving in the right direction. And that is what we will continue to endeavor and consider during our review of today's 10-year capital plan and the upcoming rate and tax supported operating budgets. With that, I'd like to thank in advance the staff for all their hard work. With that, I will now move forward into the next section of the agenda. Okay, I'll call upon its corporate services. I have my, I think it's, I understand we have a brief comments from Shelley Darlington, General Manager, followed by Kathy LaPlante, Treasurer, and the presentation of Kathleen Fanning, Manager of Strategic Financial Planning and Reporting, and Chris Everett, Supervisor of Financial Planning and Reporting. Therefore, to keep things going this morning, I'm going to ask that the committee members hold their questions and comments to the end of the corporate services presentation. Shelley, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Van Kendrushi, and good morning, Mayor Chop and members of Budget Committee. First, I would like to take an opportunity to thank the Budget Chair and Vice Chair for their guidance throughout budget preparations and leading up to today's presentation. This morning, Budget Committee will be considering the to 2031 capital plan that presents a gross capital expenditure program totaling approximately $671 million for the 10-year forecasted period for all county operations and includes both rate-supported and levy-supported capital projects. And specifically included in the plan is $44 million for projects planned to be initiated in 2022. The budget document demonstrates Council's commitment to leaving the county in a better financial position at the end of their term than what they started with, through hard work, difficult decisions, and improved financial planning. Most notably, the county is currently in a net positive position in the capital reserves, including the impact of approved capital expenditure commitments. During the 2021 capital budget presentation, position was not anticipated to occur until 2023 and was accomplished through continued reserve contribution increases, contributions from the 2020 year-end surplus, and a one-time federal gas tax funding top-up. Although the work is not complete, and although the 2022 capital budget and forecast will present some challenges, the budget document demonstrates a maturity of the county's financial plans and demonstrates staff's commitment for improved analysis and planning, which has been identified in a number of year-over-year changes. Specifically, through the comprehensive review, revised cost estimates, inflationary adjustments, and with the ongoing development of the asset management plan, the capital budget and forecast is more reflective with the number and value of assets Norfolk County owns, the condition of those assets, and the replacement value of the assets. This maturity of the county's financial plan contributes to further budgetary accuracy and supports solid financial planning into the future as staff continue to work on improving and integrating the asset management plan. The capital plan is a lengthy process and involves input from staff from every department within the county. There are many things taken into consideration during this process for development of the plan, including the budget engagement feedback, council-approved budgetary guidance, the asset management plan, along with a thorough review and deliberations completed by senior leadership team. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to staff within all of the county departments for their attention to and hard work on the proposed budget. I would like to also acknowledge the dedication of financial management and planning team for their detailed analysis, review, and preparation of the plan and related reports. As part of our continued collaboration efforts this year, financial services presentation will be presented by Catherine Fanning and Chris Everett, followed by Jason Godby, who will provide an update on the interurban water supply strategy. Although the 2022 budget will present some challenges, it is clear that Council has achieved their key objective in moving the county into a stronger financial position. Although the hard work may not be done, Council has made considerable progress in building a stronger financial future with continued oversight and accountability for the county's finances. Public engagement will continue to be an important component in budget development and to assist Council in deciding the desired service levels for Norfolk County as we continue to move forward with financial sustainability. With that, I will pass it to Kathy LaPlante, who will provide some brief remarks and lead us into the financial services presentation and budget committee's deliberation of the capital plan. Thank you, and I'll pass it to Kathy.
Thank you, Shelley, and I will try to be brief. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on such an important topic. Over the last 3 years, there has been a concerted effort to develop a long-term capital plan that is reflective of the assets Norfolk County owns, including consideration of the state of repairs and levels of services currently provided community. This is our fourth capital plan together, and it continues to be ever-changing based on asset management plans, condition of assets, studies, more realistic estimates, the water supply strategy, and adjustments for potential cost increases. And where needed, an increase in the level of services provided to our community. As Chair Brandon Dresche indicated, the county represents a 10-year capital budget and forecast to fund the assets that support the delivery of services to the community and planned community development. How our capital assets, projects, programs of work, and funding relate is complex, and understanding these relationships is key to developing an efficient and effective capital budget. When developing the plan, county staff and council is faced with the challenge of balancing the needs of the community and the county against the resources and funding available. To assist in the development of the budget and to assist council, capital projects have been grouped into three categories. The first category is new and enhanced capital projects. This category relates to the purchase or construction of a capital asset to provide an enhanced level of service to residents, or to provide the same level to more existing residents and businesses, or adding a new service. In addition, this category includes expansion of capital assets in order to provide an existing county service to additional new residents and businesses. Generally, these projects are funded from tax dollars, water and wastewater rates, debt financing, donations, grants, and where growth has been identified, funding is from development charges. The ideal funding situation for sustainability would be start planning and set aside funds for a period of time before the new or enhanced project is initiated. That always isn't the possibility. However, this means increased contributions to reserves are required, which will affect the amount of taxes and water rates needed to be collected. The addition of additional sources of funding, such as donations and grants, would also play a key role, and potentially projects could be initiated earlier and provide less stress on our reserves. The second category are asset management projects. These include renewal or replacement of existing assets, including facilities, water, wastewater, treatment and distribution plants, underground infrastructure, roads, trails, vehicles, and equipment. Within this category, the quality or quantity of services provided does not change due to the work completed or the purchase made. The preference in Norfolk County's goal is to fund this type of asset through reserve and reserve funds, grants, and donations. Again, the ultimate situation would be to have sufficient reserves to address the infrastructure gap and have healthy reserve balances in the end. The third and final area is the study sections. This speaks for themselves, but generally this area includes studies and assessments related to assisting in the development of capital plans. However, some studies may not be completed related and are included as they cover more than 1 year to complete. Funding the 10-year plan is challenging as it continues to change as more information becomes available, unknown pop-up items, and as more decisions are made, plus as demand for service increases. We know that studies and decisions will have a significant impact on the capital plan. This plan is significantly altered from 2021 for a number of reasons. However, staff feel it is necessary to be more accountable, transparent, and responsible. It increases the infrastructure gap substantially, but we consider it a better plan and more realistic in order to provide the current level of services. In order to continue to maintain the same level of service and ensure assets remain in good state of repair, Norfolk County is funding replacement projects through debt financing due to the level of reserve balances, even though reserve balances have been substantially increased over the last few years. Unfortunately, this leaves less room for new projects. As such, staff is recommending that a review of service levels be completed in 2022 and that staff present council with options and the impacts of each option on the county's financial strategy. This may slow us down, however, through council's dedication, make changes and find efficiencies and solutions, Norfolk County will be sustainable. Attaining financial stability will allow us the capacity to provide and maintain service and infrastructure levels without resorting to unplanned increases in rates or cuts to services. An example of this is the long-term water and wastewater plan approved by council last year. We may have been conservative in the development of this year's plan, so we need to keep in mind grants, donations, service level decisions, and the impact of the current development charge study, which is underway, is anticipated to mitigate this picture, but we will continue to be very cautious. It is very difficult and challenging to find and determine a balance between wants, needs, replacing of aging key infrastructure, and recreational facilities, and overall affordability. However, again, we are continuing to work towards a sustainable financial path. Maintaining and expanding services is most challenging. It will require commitment from council, staff, and residents of Norfolk County to find balance between financial constraint, affordability, and stability. At this time, I too would like to reiterate Shelley's shout out to Catherine Fanning, finance staff, Jordan Sangster with the asset management plans, and the many other department staff that have worked very hard on pulling this budget together this year. And lastly, I would now like to hand it over the floor to Catherine Fanning and Chris Everett, who will be providing you with a much more in-depth presentation of the proposed 2022 to 2032 capital plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I just want to check in that everyone can see our presentation right up on the screen. Yes, I'm seeing a nod from Chair Van Andriessen, so that's perfect. Okay, so Chris and I will now walk you through the proposed 2022 to 2031 capital plan. Shelley addressed a number of the main points of our presentation. We are also going to look at where are we at right now? What is the 2022 to 2031 capital plan? And what does this plan do to our financial future? Chris will now start us off with some information that we will use to guide the discussion and decisions made relating to the capital plan, our public engagement results.
Thank you, Catherine. In order to get an understanding of the community desires for the capital plan investments, a budget survey and online engagement session were completed. There were several specific questions asked relating to core services and infrastructure, as well as some sections which allowed members of the public to provide additional feedback. Some of the feedback outlined that a key priority for the community was relating to maintaining core services of the county. When looking at the capital plan, our core assets include bridges, roads, water, and sanitary infrastructure. Additionally, respondents were asked how much further they would be willing to drive if the county was able to provide an improved asset or service. 87% of respondents indicated that they would be willing to travel further to access better assets or services, with the majority at 73% willing to drive between 5 to 20 minutes further. Finally, when given the opportunity to provide more open-ended feedback, the majority of responses indicated support for investment in road infrastructure specifically due to the current condition. Another popular category was support for recreation facility investment. Other guiding principles that were also used in the 2022 budget preparation process were the budget guidance, which was approved by Council on July 20th. This slide represents the guidance approved relating to the capital plan compared to the results contained within the proposed document you are reviewing today. The first point of guidance was that where possible, projects within the capital plan be selected by utilizing the risks and needs information gathered for the asset management plan, and that projects be prioritized based on that information. The result is a plan where major changes for core infrastructure occurred due to clarity of asset management needs. The second point of guidance related to review of prior approved projects that experienced delays and assessing the project management capacity. This has resulted in several projects which have been shifted from 2022 to future years of the plan based on project management capacity. Overall, adoption of the guidance measures for the 2022 capital plan supported the comprehensive review strategy taken by staff in the preparation of the plan. The setting of the guidance and engagement helped to guide decisions made through this process, but before moving forward with decisions, it is important to understand the county's current state. So where are we? While the county's financial situation is challenging, especially when budgeting for infrastructure needs, it is important to look at the progress we have made. Norfolk County is currently in a net positive position for capital reserves, including the impact of approved capital expenditure commitments, as addressed by Shelley in her opening remarks. This position was not anticipated to be achieved until 2023 based on prior budget forecasts. Even with the significant strides in moving the county into a stronger financial position over the last few years, Norfolk County will continue to feel pressures relating to asset management within the 2022 capital plan. Through continued diligence with reserve contribution increases, internal policies to manage debt, and the support of surplus property sales, the county will be in a much stronger position to manage these pressures moving forward. This pressure is extremely evident when discussing the asset management plan. The development of Norfolk County's comprehensive asset management plan is underway and has continued to be developed and improved. Current focus continues to be placed on collecting information related to the core assets of the county. Core assets include structures, roads, stormwater, water, and wastewater infrastructure. For each of these asset groups, a detailed inventory has been established, and attributes such as the asset's age, condition, and rehabilitation and replacement costs have been documented. Based on this process, over $72 million of additional rehabilitation and replacement work relating to the core assets is anticipated within the 10-year forecast period, which has not been included in the capital plan. Arguably, if the budgetary values included within the capital plan represent the financial resources available for asset management, this additional investment identified is the county infrastructure gap. This core asset infrastructure gap has increased from an estimated $40 million presented in 2021. This change is the result of information enhancements relating to linear infrastructure, revisions to road reconstruction and stormwater needs calculations, as well as changes to the road resurfacing service level. It should also be noted that the gap will continue to fluctuate annually until the county's capital spend matches its needs. Due to this significant infrastructure gap, it is important to look at balancing the costs, opportunities, and risks of performance against how the asset should last and perform over its life to provide the services desired to Norfolk County residents. Based on the approved budget guidance, the capital plan now utilizes this asset data to prioritize projects. Additionally, this information has been used to identify capital needs over the long term that have not been included in the capital plan. It is important to note, at present, formal service levels for each project type need to be established and adopted by council. In conjunction with the asset management plan, staff will work towards formalizing defined service levels for each area and consideration in future deliberations. In short, the county is in a position where significant improvements to the financial position have been made. However, asset management will continue to be a pressure point for the foreseeable future. Now let's turn our attention to the 2022 to 2031 capital plan. This plan presents a gross capital expenditure program totaling approximately $671.3 million for the 10-year forecast period for all county operations, including rate-supported capital projects as well as levy-supported capital projects. The capital budget includes $44 million for projects planned to be initiated in 2022. As can be seen on this slide, 83.1% of the 2022 projects and 67.7% of the overall overall projects are for asset management capital, shown in the green sections of each pie. These projects are the straight replacement of assets to maintain our current service levels and ensure assets remain in good condition. It is important to note that these figures do not include the approximate $72 million infrastructure gap currently identified in the asset management plan. This means that there are less funds to allocate towards new initiatives and service enhancements at our current service levels. Though it appears the new and incremental portion is significant over the 10 years at 31%, or $208 million as displayed in the blue section, the largest driver within this category is the water supply solution. Within the 2022 to 2031 capital plan, the proposed interurban water supply project, or the water supply solution, is one of Norfolk County's largest and most significant undertakings in the capital plan at $125 million. Since the project provides partial benefit to future development, half of the projects will be funded through development charge debt. The other half of the funds will be provided from the rates as a benefit to existing users. It is clear that most of the drivers on this slide are consistent with the project type information as they relate to maintaining asset management capital items. These programs include $104 million for road resurfacing programs, $44 million for vehicle replacements, $35 million for water operations asset management, $41 million for bridge rehabilitation, among others. Now, we can take a closer look at the drivers for 2022 specifically. Based on the feedback provided by Norfolk County residents, it was clear that core infrastructure replacements should be prioritized. When reviewing the 2022 budget drivers, this is consistent with the resident desires, as the majority of these items align closely with this feedback. Many comments from the public indicated that though core infrastructure should be prioritized, non-core infrastructure should not be completely overlooked. As such, the plan does also include some smaller value service level enhancements within 2022. Of the $44 million proposed within the 2022 capital budget, there are a number of projects worth noting. These include nearly $10 million for the infrastructure reconstruction program, $8.7 million for the road resurfacing programs, $4.9 million for bridge rehabilitation, $3.1 million relating to the proposed interurban water supply, as well as some smaller noteworthy projects. These include approximately $800,000 budgeted for the Langton Arena dressing rooms and another $800,000 for the Governor Simcoe Square improvements. It is worth noting that the Governor Simcoe Square project is dependent on grant funding, so it will not move forward if the application is not successful. So when comparing the $671 million over the 10 years, the overall capital plan increased by 15% or $91 million as compared to the 2021 capital plan. There are a few main drivers of this change, which I'll quickly touch on. There are additional projects of approximately $23.1 million that were added into the years 2022 to 2030 that were not included in prior plans. The largest driver of this was the additional projects required within the water operations other replacements at $13 million total. These are included in the group of projects shown on pages 39 and 40 within your budget book. Many cost estimates were revised as well, which accounts for $37.8 million of the plan increase. A holistic review was completed on a project-by-project basis for the plan, and the asset management plan information was used to reevaluate the cost estimates of the core assets in the plan, increasing budget accuracy. As well, inflationary adjustments caused an increase of $24 million to the plan. In prior years, a lower indexing value was used, as well as some projects that were not indexed. In line with the budget guidance, the asset management plan was used to prioritize which projects to include in the plan. This revised approach resulted in the change in timing of projects that are anticipated to occur, specifically within the core asset areas. Some projects have been added to the forecast where they were not previously included, and some projects were pushed out of the 10-year forecast period. Finally, since 2021 has been dropped from the plan timeline and 2031 has been added, the difference between these 2 years is $11.8 million. which also drives the change in the plan. This change is a result of the differing needs between those years, as well as the time value of money from 2021 to 2031. Due to the substantial plan increases, staff are recommending that service level adjustment be considered for the capital plan to reduce financial pressures. A reduction in road resurfacing projects is proposed in the surface treatment and rural road resurfacing programs of $1.1 million per year. The road resurfacing projects were chosen to be impacted as these projects are lower risk in nature. When comparing the risks of failure of road resurfacing projects to projects that have underground infrastructure, the repercussions of maintaining at a lower level of service is assumed to be less risky due to the nature of the asset. Though this adjustment does not directly align with the public engagement feedback provided, since approximately 80% of the capital plan relates to core infrastructure, assets of this nature were required to be considered to ensure consistent annual reduction could be attained when considering the lower reserve contributions. The next step for this service level that staff are recommending the Budget Committee consider are that the 2022 capital budget be approved and that a serious holistic review of the established service levels be completed in conjunction with the asset management plan. As well, that options be presented for the future years based on various service levels. Up to now, I have provided some high-level background on the capital plan, the drivers, and service level adjustment. I'll now turn things over to Catherine, who will tackle our next question, which is, how will we actually pay for the capital plan?
Thank you, Chris. As Chris mentioned, this brings us to the financing. Here I will discuss some of the sources used to pay for the $44 million in capital expenditures planned in 2022, as well as the $671 million planned over the 10-year forecast. There are a number of funding sources used within the capital plan as addressed by Kathy in her opening remarks. These include things like reserve and reserve funds, debt, direct levy and rate funding, development charges, external recoveries, as well as grants. By looking at the table before you, it is apparent that the two main sources to be used in 2022 are debt and reserve fund funding. Reserves, or our savings, will provide for 67% of the funding required for 2022 projects, whereas debt will provide for 19% of the requirement. Over the plan period, our reliance on debt increases within the forecast, and 37% of our plan will be funded through debt. This means future debt servicing payments will be required to pay by the levy and rate budgets to support this plan. This is displayed in the chart on the right, which highlights the substantial reliance in debt on the plan. Let's zone in on the use of funding from our reserve and reserve funds. This chart on this slide shows the forecasted ending balances within our capital reserves based on the capital plan. The green line shows the levy-supported capital reserves, and the blue line shows the rate-supported capital reserves. Finally, the combined balance is illustrated by the dashed purple line. This graph has both positive and negative points. Let's start with the good news. The levy capital reserves are currently forecasted to be in a positive position, including the current commitments. This position was not anticipated to occur until 2023 when we were presenting the 2021 capital plan. As Shelley previously addressed, this significant milestone was made possible due to the decisions of Council in making additional contributions to the capital reserves from the 2020 surplus, as well as the continuance of increasing reserve contributions over the last few years. We also received some top-up funding from the federal gas tax funding envelope to help us out as well. Though we have made an important step forward and we have stopped the digging, we are projecting to use almost as much as we are contributing over the next few years. As mentioned in Kathy's earlier remarks, we are continuing to issue debt for projects we would actually prefer to fund through the reserves. This amount is $76 million over the 10-year forecast period. These projects relate to asset management and Typically, we like to fund these expenses through the reserve funds. So our bad news is that our combined position of the reserves is anticipated to hover around the current level balance for the next 5 years prior to seeing the desired upwards improvement. This leads us into our other major financing source, which is debt. This slide shows the projected annual repayments based on the existing debt, as well as the issuances included within the 10-year capital plan. It also compares the level of anticipated payments to the provincial limit, as well as Norfolk County's internal limit. The amount of debt a municipality can borrow is limited by provincial legislation, which limits the annual repayment limit at 25% of our own source revenues. This limit is shown by the blue line on the graph. In addition to the provincial maximum, there are other operational impacts to carrying high levels of debt. The level of debt held directly impacts the annual payments required to be budgeted for within the respective operating budgets, and they're known as debt servicing costs. Further, debt levels held by a municipality are also used as a key indicator by rating agencies when establishing the municipality's credit rating. Due to these factors, as well as the Council's strategic priority of solid foundations, an internal debt limit of 15% has been targeted for Norfolk County and was approved in the 2022 budget guidance set by Council. The internal limit takes into consideration the regulations imposed by the province and supports a more prudent approach to capital financing and financial sustainability. The good news, as visible on the graph, the actual repayment level is anticipated to be lower than our internal limit of 15% during the 10-year projection period. However, the actual repayment level is projected to peak at 14.5% in years 2027 and 2030, and will drop slightly to about 14% at the end of the forecast period. The bad news is, since the annual repayment level is projected to come very close to the internal limit within the 10-year period, there will be limited ability to approve additional debt-funded projects in future capital plans that weren't planned for at the current time. These projections only factor in the existing capital plan and do not address the infrastructure gap. Overall, this means there will not be significant flexibility in the future to increase debt as additional needs arise. In simple terms, what do the pictures of reserves and debt really mean for our future? Some questions that come to my mind include, how will we pay for things that pop up? What about the new projects for our community that aren't in the capital plan? How will we pay for this infrastructure gap? In a nutshell, our reserve balances are still not in a strong position to take on those additional needs, and we are very close to our internal debt limit of 15%. This leaves us with a few alternatives to consider in the future. Some options to ensure an improved financial outlook and to be in a better position to support new initiatives include increasing taxes and rates in order to increase the infrastructure reserve contributions, increasing the reliance on debt, which would mean we would need to change the internal limit to over 15%. This would result in additional tax and rate impacts since the future servicing costs would mean higher debt principal and interest payments that need to be made. Staff will continue focusing on securing additional grant funding, though this source of funding is difficult to control or predict. Receiving grants will reduce the financial impact of maintaining or increasing service levels and will help us with our debt limit as well as supporting future low tax and rate increases. We could also look at service standards and formalizing the defined levels of service for each area. This could mean changing our expectations for how well roads are maintained or when we complete refurbishments on non-core assets to reduce the financial impact. This service level discussion, as Chris mentioned, is planned to be part of the future asset management plan conversations and to be held with the public as well as council. These financial future pictures, though gloomy, validate the importance of the service level changes that were approved in prior budgets. If those service levels were not adjusted and our future requirements were even higher, what would this picture look like today? So let's zone in onto what this means for the 2022 budget. For the levy or the property tax budget, we are forecasting an impact of 0.3% increase on the levy supported operating budget based on the 2022 capital plan. This appears to be an encouraging impact. However, staff have recommended lower reserve and reserve fund contribution increases than originally planned to meet the targeted increase of 2.5% increase. As well, service recommendation reductions for the road resurfacing projects are also being considered. This levy increase is also impacted in 2022 by the removal of the $2 million in revenue from the levy relief strategy that was budgeted in 2021, which puts an additional 1.9% additional pressure for the increase on 2022's levy. This means there are limited room for operational increases in order to meet the overall goal of 2.5%. Though a low increase for capital has been forecasted within 2022, the infrastructure pressure will be higher in future years. In order to continue moving reserves in a positive direction, as well as to provide for the debt servicing payments required, higher capital impacts are forecasted in future years. In terms of the rate budget, current infrastructure funding is not directly linked to the projects that are initiated within 2022 in the capital plan. This is due to the long-term strategy that was adopted in the rate study, where the long-term goal was set to move to the average annual life cycle costing of water and wastewater infrastructure over the next 10 years. Therefore, though the 2022 capital budget is not directly driving the rate increase, infrastructure funding is anticipated to increase by $1.3 million over the 2021 funding levels. Just to summarize our presentation, when considering the infrastructure investments we are planning on addressing over the next 10 years, this is putting considerable pressure on the reserves and moving the county very close to the internal debt limit. This planned level of spend does not include the additional $72 million in the core asset management gap, which will require additional funding, and also does not include adjustments to the service level to reduce this gap. Though the future will have challenges, the county is in a much stronger position due to the decisions of council over the last few budgets. With that, I will pass things back over to our budget chair, Councillor Van Adrishi, for next steps and for questions.
Thank you, Catherine. That was excellent. Yes, what we're going to do now is entertain questions from councillors. If I see any hands up, I do. First hand up is from Councillor Columbus, I see. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, commendations to staff. Very excellent presentation on this capital budget, the 10-year capital budget. Excellent job. And first question is, this $1.1 million reduction in surface treatment for rural road surfacing programs, that was something that I raised last year in the 2021 budget several times, but there was no traction on that one. So I'm glad to see that there's one place where we can make some reductions. The other question I have, I guess it's probably for Mr. Menzies, the CAO. Yesterday, I sent an email message to staff regarding the status of our museum study that has been taking place. I don't know, I was interviewed by the consultant on that, perhaps others were too, as to where our museums are going into the future. And Mr. Menzies sent me a reply back today that there's some kind of a future study of our facilities. So, Mr. Menzies, can you share with us with respect to the study of our facilities and whether those potential changes are included in this capital budget or not? Or what is actually happening with that facility study that's going to be taking place?
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. My reply to you, Councillor, was simply to let you know that the museum study is continuing, but what we want to do is take a corporate lens to the decisions we're going to make to the future of our facilities. So in the absence of having that future lens, we're being cautious on making any recommendations on the future of museums or any other facilities at this time. I think it's imperative that we truly understand the corporate nature of the financial requirements it's going to take. I think staff did an excellent presentation this morning to give council and budget committee a very high level review of the financial situation that we are in. And, you know, we have a lot of facilities, we have a lot of infrastructure that we need to maintain, and we need to be cautious, and we need to live within our means. So I'm hesitant in bringing anything forward that specifically focuses on an asset category like museums without giving council a full overview of all of our facilities and what we can afford. So what I've asked staff to do is continue the work that we're doing, but what we will do as staff is bring something forward to council shortly that will review all of our facilities and have a sort of a plan so that council can make some very informed decisions on the future of facilities. And I'm hesitant to have you make any decisions on an isolated or a portion of our facilities without knowing the overall impact from a financial perspective. And that's what I was intending to convey in my message to you this morning.
Okay, thank you for sharing that extra information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez, and always with good reviews requires a lot of input. So going over to Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, staff. That was great, as per usual. I'm sure it was a little bit difficult virtually this year, but my first questions, I'm just hoping we can maybe dig a little bit deeper on a few things. First being the reduction to the surface treatment, the rural roads. That sounds great. If staff think that that's a realistic option for us, I definitely am interested in diving a little bit deeper on that. And I'm sure that we're going to hear from community members who will say we live in rural communities and we already pay so much, but we get so little. So what's the criteria for developing a plan that's going to assist? Because you've got a specific figure of 1.1 million here. I'm assuming you know which areas you'd be interested in pushing back a year or two, or which areas would still go forward for some surface treatment. So is it safe to say that our connecting roads, our arterial roads from community to communities, will still be cared for and maintained, and we're looking at other smaller roads? Can you just maybe elaborate a little bit for me on that?
Ms. Fannin, can I go to you, or do we have someone specific that can answer those questions?
Sure, Chair Vanden Drieschie. Through you to Councillor Martin, I will start, and then Mr. Godby may have a few things to add. So within the capital plan presentation, we have already included that reduction in service level in the plan you are looking at today. So that is embedded already in the projects that we're looking at in the proposed capital plan. And the philosophy under what some of the changes that were made was kind of taking a look at the road resurfacing that was planned in the later years of the forecast and pushing those beyond the forecast period. So we're still addressing the major roads right up front. I believe in the EIS memo that is also in your budget package on page 20, Mr. Godby has put in some additional wording confirming that yes, the arterial roads and the major roads were not the ones that were considered first for that push. Just to make sure that the most traveled roads are maintained. But I'll pass things over to Mr. Godby to just add some for additional remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, and through you, Madam Chair, to Council. Catherine's done a great job of giving you a good summary there. For the most part, yes, that is kind of the strategy that we've looked at. We know that many of our rural roads are in pretty good shape, relatively speaking, to many other areas. We've got a decent handle on what our pavement condition indexes are on those. So staff have looked at it and from the lens that by pushing out some of those projects, just doing a little bit less each year, that the compounding of that will help us achieve some of these budgetary savings that we do need in this short term here. So that's been a reduction mainly in some of our tar and chip program. We'll see a lane kilometer reduction, as well as some of our crack sealing efforts, as well as just trying to do a little bit less roads each year, but still keeping things bundled together will help us still achieve some economy of scale there. One thing I would note on this is that when we're talking about the reduction on the roads side, is that we've also recognizing a reduction in the rural areas. We're still trying to do a bit more of an increase in the urban areas to deal with some of those higher volume, high traffic roads, to keep those in as best shape as we can. So, I mean, our roads operations crews will still be doing their regular ditching and shouldering and potholes and all that kind of stuff. We're not proposing a reduction in those areas. It's more of the capital reconstruction side.
Okay, that is great. Thank you for the clarification. Madam Chair, I have two more questions, if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay. Through you to staff, when we talk about the service review, I know we will definitely hear more about this and get into it a little bit more, but what does that look like? That's a fairly broad statement, and I am in support. I think this is probably something we should do regardless of budget constraints. It's probably a great practice, but can you just elaborate a little bit more on what that looks like?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andrieschie, I'm going to pass this one over to Jordan Sangers, our Manager of Asset Management, to help us out.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, so when we do our service review, we'll do that through probably next year's budget. The first version of our asset management plan will be looking at our existing service levels. So that's kind of looking at historically what we've been doing over the past 10 years, the condition of our road networks, the risk of the underground infrastructure that we're willing to take. The first version of the asset management plan early next year will kind of detail that and have a lot more details on the infrastructure gap. Once we have that as the baseline, then we'll sit down with council and probably with the community, and we can start trying to decide more specific risk levels that we're willing to take. So maybe we're, willing to take more risk on our underground infrastructures. There might be, chances of, increased water main breaks and whatnot. And same with the condition of our roadway networks. We can kind of set different service levels of different condition indexes across the network and reprioritize that way.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Through you, Madam Chair, my final question, again, fairly broad, but I would like to go back and touch on our debt limits. So I recall Council just recently discussed this, and I can see Catherine's already looking at this, I think. We recently changed our debt limits, and I know that there are significant, there are more capital initiatives included in the budget, and that's going to happen every year, but is this specifically attributed to adding those new items into our capital plan? Because when I recall, when we spoke about changing our debt limits last time around, like the water initiative, although the exact financial implications were probably not fully known at that time, we were still aware of what was coming and what was being forecasted. So I understand we jumped from 40 to 72 additional $1 million in the capital plan, but is there any information you can remind me of? I feel like we just had this discussion and now we're already hitting that limit and looking at changing it again.
I'm just having Chris, through the chair, I'm just having Chris share our debt limit screen. So Councillor Martin is correct. Last year when we were discussing the internal limit and what our debt forecast looks like, I believe the top was in the mid 12s. So we weren't quite as close as we are right now to the limit. And the last year's forecast did include a number for the water strategy as well. That number has increased based on our reevaluations. But really, in plain language, what's driving this increase and us being closer to the limit is we're not contributing more to our reserves than we had planned at this time last year. We're keeping our plan kind of stagnant for the future for our reserve contributions. But at the same time, we had an increase to our capital plan by $91 million. So really the cost increases and inflationary adjustments, what you're seeing is really we're tying that to the debt. And that's why we're issuing additional debt. So because our capital plan increased, we don't have more money in our reserves and we're not forecasting to increase those contributions. That's why we're much closer to our debt limit than we had originally expected. So just to dive a little bit deeper, we use forecasted rates. We are a little bit conservative with our rates, as well as we're including some considerations like if we choose to change some of our reserve funds that are currently in a negative balance, and we issue debt to kind of help support some of those reserve balances. So those considerations are included in this very complex calculation, but really what the room we have left based on our current projections is about $8 million in additional debt. So really that's what we could increase our debt by the issuance of $8 million for 10 years. And we would still be within our 15%. So really what changed since the last time you saw this picture is our capital plan and the costs that are within it. And in that, yes, some of the change was due to the water strategy, but that isn't really the main driver here. It's just our cost increases. We've had to rely as well a little bit more on debt issuances for some projects that we hadn't in the past. So I'm going to use some of the fire equipment, for example. So our reserve last year looked in a pretty healthy position. We were not projecting to issue any debt for those vehicles with COVID and some of the cost pressures. Now we're seeing much higher costs than we had anticipated. So now we're actually changing those forecasts to increase some of those reserve contributions. So that's an area of work that we're really hoping to look at in conjunction with the service levels to see, maybe we need to do some more, choosing between what type of projects we're doing. Is this really where we'd like to issue the debt or complete projects along with the service level discussions?
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine. And one of the first things you said was changes to our reserve contributions. We anticipated to be making a similar or an increased amount of reserve contributions, and we are not. Did I understand that correctly?
So that is fair, Councillor Martin. So last year in the plan, we had projected a 2% special capital levy for the levy budget, which was removed. So we've removed that from our forecast right now. So that was an increase we had included. As well, included in the subsequent financing section, we have some more discussion on OSIP. So that's one of our significant reserve funding envelopes that we receive from the province. So we receive grant funding, it goes into a reserve, and then we use it to fund road reconstruction projects largely. So there's some uncertainty regarding that specific receipt of future reserve fund contributions. So what we've done in the forecast period is we've also bumped that anticipated receipt down in half. Just to make sure that we are, correcting our reserves for to be conservative because we feel there is some risk there. So in terms of regular reserve contribution increases as compared to last year, we are going to be increasing in future years as we had planned besides the 2% special capital levy, but our 2022 reserve contributions were reduced slightly just so we can come in with that 2.5% guidance.
Okay, thank you very much, staff. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Fanning. As always, we appreciate the details. I'm going over next to Councillor Van Patten.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this subject's been brought up a couple times here now already about the reduction in the rural road problem. I would say I think one of the reasons we have a problem with our roads is because we are getting behind on them, and to keep them maintained in the long run is cheaper than to having to rebuild them. So I question sort of whether that's the right way to go, but I noticed that the staff recommendation is that, the request to approve the capital budget as presented, and if we want to get into a discussion on the decrease in funding to the rural roads, that we do that in January when we deal with the levy budget. But I do need some help, and I'm not sure if I could direct this question to staff or to the other members of council. How do I go out in the countryside and explain that it's a good idea to reduce the maintenance on the rural roads by 1.1 million, but we're going to shift that over and we're going to fix the urban roads with that money that should have went to the rural roads? And how do I explain that that's a decision that was made based on economics and not politically motivated?
Thank you, Chris, for that question. And I really shouldn't be answering questions, but I agree with you as well. And I think what I did here, if I can make just a quick statement, is that we will be still looking at, in the initial part of the 10 years, at roads and doing the proper work. It's at the tail end of the 10 years that we're looking to push things back. But you're absolutely correct. Rural roads take a lot of pounding with farm equipment and large trucks. So I know that our staff will be taking a serious look at that. So I will go to the rest of my councillors for any input.
I think Chair Vandendriessche, I think
Thank you,
Mr. Godby's got a comment, and then I can certainly add to that as well.
Thank you. Then I have Mr. Michele. Mr. Godby?
Thank you, Chair Vandendriessche. I guess I just wanted to supplement the comments that Councillor Van Passen had with one of the things that we had done last year already was provided some of an increase to the urban resurfacing program. And that is largely driven by the asset management plan that had indicated to us that we were underfunding really just the surface treatment processes within some of those urban areas. And the reality is I think historically we kind of relied on full underground infrastructure reconstruction projects to deal with our urban roads. However, recognizing that we can get a lot more bang for the buck in the urban environment, that's why we decided to increase that program last year. And it's simply just a continuation of that increase in 2022 to prevent and stop some of the significant potential road surface failures that could happen in the urban environment. We're not by any means wanting to discount the fact that we do have potentially the same concerns with the rural areas. Generally speaking, though, I think it's pretty fair to say that for the most part, our rural roads typically have a higher pavement condition index rating than a lot of our urban areas do. So that's why we wanted to try and focus some of that money. Those areas don't get to states of complete failure there either. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of extra context. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Godby. Going over to Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to mention some of the exact same things that Mr. Godby just mentioned to help Councillor Van Passen. I think there is an economic argument for that strategy. And I also understand, obviously, that we do want to make sure that our rural roads are not ignored. But I do think the approach that Mr. Godby has outlined makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, did I see your hand up?
Just a question with respect to this. Mr. Godby, was there a recently completed roads needs study? You know, where they actually have a special vehicle that drives through the county looking at some of our roads of concern?
Yes, through you, Chair Vandendriessche, to Councillor Columbus. The last roads needs study was completed in 2018. It's typically around every 5 years that we do complete that. So we do have another one scheduled to be coming down in 2023, in which time we'll reevaluate and get a better idea of those priority rankings. So when you do get into some of the drivers of road resurfacing or reconstruction activities, where we're not doing a full urban, where we're talking, storm and sanitary and water main works, we're just focusing on the roads. That may still get a little bit of shuffling happen once we do get that next study redone in 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. That was good. Just a reminder that it's maybe sometimes even road managers out on the roads will probably indicate what roads are good or bad, because I know there are a few that are pretty wavy. Anyway, let's moving forward. Are those all the questions, or we do have more questions from councillors for today's presentation? If not, I'll ask Madam Clerk, could we consider taking a break at this moment?
Through the chair, that is at your discretion. If you'd like to take a break, we can.
We are looking at 10:08, maybe approximately 10 minutes. Would that be suffice? Okay with the rest of my councillors? I'm getting away. 10 minutes is good. See you back in 10 minutes then, and that would make it 10:18. Thank you. update here. So what we're going to do first of all is continue on. Is everyone back? Can I check? Oops, we're going to wait just one moment for our clerk. She's not there. But so Joe, we'll just wait for Teresa to come back, Madam Clerk, and then we'll resume. Thank you for everyone's patience. It's been a long time since I've chaired meetings, and so it takes a little bit to come back. So anyway, thank you. Just waiting on, again, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everyone. Seeing that pretty well everybody is back in their chairs, I'm going to continue here. We have the water supply strategy update. We'll now move into our next item and invite Jason Godby, General Manager of Environmental and Infrastructure Services, to provide an update on our water supply strategy. Jason, you're on board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Council. I'm going to be relatively brief today. I mean, we've all talked about this project quite a bit over the past 2 years. So one of the key things we want to highlight for everyone today was just a brief update as to where things are at. Over the about 2 weeks ago, Al and I did go to Haldeman to resume some negotiations talks with staff there. We are scheduled again to be there next week. From that meeting with Haldeman, you know, we did have some good fruitful discussion and get the ball rolling on where we're going to go forward with bringing back a potential draft agreement for council's consideration. We got some update on some of the engineering works that they've been doing on their side. And so far, I can say, generally speaking, things are progressing along well there. Just in the interest of talking about the Port Over Water Treatment Plant and our current project there, we are in the rapidly approaching towards the commissioning stages of the clarifier replacement project that has gone on or has been ongoing down in Dover. The engineering for capacity increase is currently underway. We're still on target for kind of a late winter, early spring issuance of that tender. So things are going well there. When we're talking of Port Rowan, the water treatment plant, we're nearing the point of getting an engineer assigned to that project. The RFP is closed, but it has not yet been awarded. On topic of RFPs, council, I believe it was last month, approved the roster for our transmission main engineering work. So with that in place, what that allows us to do is once council has given us approval for capital budget monies, we will then be able to assign an engineer to get the detailed design work completed for any and all of these transmission mains that will ultimately be required as part of the interurban water supply strategy. Related to that, council, I believe, was made aware by email, but also, I guess, is a good opportunity to note that Norfolk County is currently in the process of working to recruit a dedicated project manager, project engineer, who will ultimately be responsible for spearheading some of these activities. That recruitment is currently in progress, and we're with the hope that we'll have somebody in place early in the new year. So basically, the idea would be they'll be able to come on board and work with the our existing capital plan and work with our existing engineering staff to kind of take the reins on some of these high priority and important projects, which will then also allow our existing staff to remain focused on the many other highly complicated projects that we do have on the go, and keeping the ball rolling on those items. One piece of new information, I guess, really that's come to light, and council will be getting some more information on this through the course of December and early into January, was that as part of the development charges review that was ongoing, a series of or some work was done on the Norfolk County's population growth projections. That study is now being finalized, and I believe the intention will be that the growth projection information will be presented to council possibly as early as December for your review. What that has done is it has highlighted to us in environmental and infrastructure services is some changes in some of those population projections, which could affect some of the staging of how we decide to proceed with interconnections of communities. Overall, it doesn't have a significant impact on the plan itself to provide these interconnections. However, it just might cause some mild reprioritization in order to make sure that we're best poised to have that water availability in place once we do have a successful negotiated agreement with Haldeman. Just as a note, since we are talking about water and some of these projects, I guess I would just make a note that some of the programs and existing things that we do have listed in our current asset management capital, as well as in our new capital, as it relates to some of our existing water infrastructure. Once we have a finalized agreement, some of those programs will be reviewed and possibly decreased as time goes on. So right now in the capital plan, you will see something like the well rehabilitation program, where we're still projecting out our 10-year plan there. And the reason for that is because we don't have a firm agreement with Haldeman in place as of yet. So therefore, we don't really have a firm program to say that, you know, in 2028, we feel that this well is going to be out of commission at this point. So those programs are still in there. That includes our well rehabilitation program, some of our water SCADA requirements, as well as our water equipment replacement program. The idea would be that we will see a decrease in those programs in the future years as the full interurban water supply strategy is realized. But I just wanted to note that currently as well. You know, council will notice that Waterford well number 3 development is still included within that budget. That is a significantly sized project, being at $5.5 million. However, once we do have a successful agreement with Haldeman, the idea would be that would be a project that could be totally removed from the capital plan, which will provide a little bit more financial flexibility in some of those years down the road. With that, I know the intention was not to get too thoroughly into the nitty gritty on that. I've discussed with staff that we're looking to bring back a more comprehensive report early in the new year. Realistically, we're probably looking at a February target date that we can highlight more of the nitty gritty details on the discussions with Haldeman, where we're at. You know, it hopefully will be a good opportunity to introduce our new project engineer, who will be kind of taking the lead on this project, as well as to highlight some of the impacts of the changes in our growth projections. So with that, I guess I will leave it for council. If you have any specific questions or other items that you wanted to discuss today, I will do my best to get through those.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. I do have questions here. I have one, first of all, from Mayor Chop, and then from Councillor Columbus. Mayor Chop?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess, Jason, I'm confused about this logic because we just, in the beginning of this report, you know, we've made significant changes over the last couple of years. And then the big surprise this year is that our capital plans increased by 91 million or 15%. And we're trying to attribute some of that arguing inflationary increase and cost increases and so on. What I don't understand is we're saying we're including the previous capital asset forecast for water operations, assuming no Haldeman interconnectivity, because we don't have an agreement with Haldeman, but we have the 125 million in there. So as an example, in 2019's budget that was presented to this council, our 10-year capital forecast for water was presented to us as being $12 million. In this budget, we not only have the 125 million now for the interconnectivity for the Haldeman solution, but we have the 34 million for the other portion of that forecast. So how, I don't understand how we can have a conversation about how the 10-year forecast is increased by 91 million, and then we can go from a $14 million forecast in 2019 presented to a brand new council to, you know, 160 million with no adjustments being made. I mean, at some point you're hypothesizing in the front end of the report with incremental capital, you're hypothesizing about Haldeman happening, but you're then saying on the other hand, well, we're going to leave this in there in case Haldeman doesn't happen. Well, if Haldeman doesn't happen, I'll take the 34 million out of that 125 million. I think it's a safe bet to say we can remove some of this now. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me at all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor. Yes, I understand in 2019 that the significant portion of required water infrastructure was not included at that time. That was a correction that had been made in 2020 and going forward. I do understand, you know, some of your concerns about it's almost like we're doubling up on some of those projects.
Well, we're more than doubling. We're actually quadrupled, because if we take the 34 or on a factor of 5, actually, if we take the 34 million and the Simcoe wastewater or the Simcoe or the Haldeman solution doesn't happen, that 125 million is still sitting in the capital budget. So even if you left those in as placeholders and you put a 0 through them, that money is still being forecasted out with a factor of 5 as a cushion. Like, there's being conservative and then there's being ridiculous. Like, I don't understand how we go from 14 million to now, you know, cushioning ourselves with 160 some million.
Through the chair to the mayor, I guess really the thing I can state there is the interconnections between communities are projects that will be required one way or the other. So in the event that there is no Haldeman solution, there are some projects that can and would be removed, such as, you know, the connections to Nanticoke, the connection to Townsend, and the Nanticoke upgrades. Those would ultimately be removed. The pipelines between communities are still the recommended strategy for distributing water across Norfolk County. So those would remain. So
sorry, if I could
it's
just
not
interrupt.
a full 125. And I guess the only other comment I would make to that is this is the strategy that was approved by this council last year when we set our plan with the rate budget. It was set at that point that we would continue forward with both of these options in that rate budget forecast, which has just been consistently moved forward from last year up until this budget season.
Yes.
Sorry, Al, if I could direct this question to yourself. So my point is that in a hypothetical world, if the Haldeman solution does not happen and we factored in 125 million and the Haldeman solution doesn't happen, that means out of that 125 million that we've now included, we easily have 34 million in there to go back to what was our previous 10-year forecast of expanding, our current facilities as well as our, well rehabilitation programs and so on. I don't understand how we leave the old and the new with different arguments. One saying, well, we're leaving this in case the Haldeman solution doesn't happen, but we're going to budget for the Haldeman solution as well. And then we're going to talk about how we're approaching our debt service ceilings, more rapidly in the future than we anticipated. We've just added, you've already got the 34 million covered in the 125 if it doesn't happen.
So,
I understand leaving a placeholder, but it should be a zeroed out placeholder and then, move that funding back over to there if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, so if I may, Madam Mayor, through you, Madam Chair, your point is well taken. I mean, we've had these discussions at SLT as well in regards to, right now we're trying to finalize the plan, and I think if we had been given a couple more months and the budget timeline was a little more delayed, we would have been able to come to council with a more precise plan. I think right now what you've got in front of you is I think what you're saying, and I think we all agree to, is sort of a plan A and a plan B, and it's kind of all intermixed together here, and we're trying to get as much sort of incorporated here. Yeah, what I would suggest is the following, that depending on our meeting next week with Jason and myself and Haldeman, we still have an opportunity where we will refine some of these numbers going forward if we're at a point where we're confident enough to making sort of a conclusion on where we're going to go with Haldeman. What I would suggest is let's leave this as is for now. We still have some time. We're hearing you loud and clear in terms of what you've highlighted. We've highlighted that as well as part of our conversations, and our hope is that before this budget is finalized, we will have more of a firm situation on the negotiations with Haldeman, and that will then allow us to make the refinements that are required so we don't necessarily have the various options here, and we can solidify that. And I think you're accurate in your observation and your conclusion that once all that is finalized, we will have a net reduction in our capital ask. We're just not at that point yet, but we will be there shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. I totally agree. I mean, these are 10-year forecasts. At the end of the day, adjustments will be made. Councillor, are you complete? No. The mayor has another question.
Sorry, I just want to be clear, Councillor Van den Riche. It's not that adjustments can't be made. It's the fact that there's 120, if the Haldeman solution doesn't happen, there's 125,000 or 125 million, sorry, to put back in to cover that 34 million that's needed for what we were envisioning as the previous solution. So it's cushioned already in the budget by a factor of 4. To now add an additional 34 million when we're trying to look at and we're discussing our future debt forecast ceiling, that's significant when you look at a $91 million increase in the capital budget this year over last year.
I totally understand, but what my point is the 10-year forecast can be adjusted, and I'm sure that the staff is looking at making even adjustments as we speak. So I'll move on to the next speaker, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Godby, I'm looking at the map that was supplied, and for decades it was discussed and noted that the water line from Port Dover to Simcoe would run along the abandoned rail trail. And I was surprised to see this map because that's not what's showing that's going to go into the future. You're looking at Radical Road and the 24 highway. So can you comment on the reasoning as to why you're not going down the rail trail?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, the rail trail was a route that was looked at. One of the factors that was taken in there is overall length between going down the Radical and up Norfolk Street South is not a great deal different. You have access and installation challenges, some more environmental challenges in working down that trail as compared to staying within the road corridor, which Norfolk County has full care and control over. Further to that, future potential growth along Radical Road and westerly out of Port Dover can also be better supported by this route, as well as the same for the southern limit coming in on Norfolk Street South. Along with this, and part of this whole plan will ultimately lead to the future needs for additional reservoir storage, or whether that is in the form of an in-ground reservoir, or whether that is in the form of an elevated storage tank or something of that nature. Having the route going as shown on the map would allow us better access to have kind of a central storage area that could potentially look at feeding the needs of both Simcoe and Dover. With all of that being said, the only thing I would add is that the finalized route, this is kind of the conceptual route at this point. The finalized route would be done at that detailed engineering design stage. It's just that the initial look at using that Lynn Valley Trail corridor to Simcoe was raised some flags that staff just felt that this might be a more appropriate route to keep it within our right-of-ways.
I'm sure the Lynn Valley Rail Trail people would be pleased with this change. Thank you.
Thank you. And continuing on, I have Councillor Van Patten next, and then Councillor Michele. Councillor Van Patten?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I've harped about this before, but why are we not speeding up this process? And maybe I could direct this question to our new CAO that, I don't see any reason why we can't do a bunch of these projects concurrently. If we're going to hook up the well in Bloomsburg to Simcoe, why not run the line to Waterford at the same time and add redundancy and capacity to both areas? Why are we delaying hooking Simcoe to Delhi? We can add redundancy and capacity, and it should be done immediately. And it's all going to be on borrowed money, so the financing doesn't make any difference. So why aren't we scheduling, those two at least for 2022 and get them done and get the development going again in those urban areas?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we are looking at speeding up the process. I know that Jason can certainly speak to it. We've put the fast track on hiring the project engineer to get going to give us some guidance. I know that there's some RFPs and there's some engineers, some engineering companies that we're about to review and start getting out there. So there is a speed up happening. I know it's not happening as quickly as we'd all like it to go, but I can assure you that this is one of our #1 priorities, and we're looking at it now and avenues to expedite the process. Jason can certainly give you a little more insight into some of the things that he's doing to expedite it as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Van Passen. As Al has indicated, the RFPs have now closed, which speeds up the purchasing aspect of things and the actual assignment of those engineers. Unfortunately, some of those are processes that do take time and have to be worked through, and that's where this council has done a good job of giving us the ability and the leeway to get some of those things moving, including the hiring of this of our new project engineer. I guess for the most part, I don't necessarily disagree with some of the comments made about potentially connecting Delhi to Simcoe sooner. One of the concerns with that, or one of the issues there, is that connection really needs to be looked at and reviewed with from the new lens, with this new growth study and growth projections that have come in over the past, I'm going to say it was within the last 2 months that this information has come forward, which could alter the staging. But right now, I guess the theory is that in Delhi right now, we don't need water in Delhi. It's able to currently stand on its own. So do we need to rush to spend $18 million out of Delhi? No. There's been some change in the, I guess, some of our development forecasts, which is again going to be highlighted when we bring back some of this growth stuff in the new year in Simcoe, where we're not under some of the extreme pressures that we thought we might be due to one particular significant development no longer moving forward at this point. So from that perspective, Simcoe and the well project, if we can't get water from Haldeman there in about the same amount of time, that well will resolve that issue for us. So the Delhi main can kind of to sit. I don't necessarily disagree with building a connection to Waterford again right now, based on some of our projections and what actually is currently approved. We're not in an extreme time crunch for those. So yes, we could concurrently do a bunch of these projects. Ultimately, they're all going to be required. However, thinking about the amount of work that can realistically be accomplished in 1 year, as far as it comes for having qualified contractors to complete the work, getting the engineering work done, having adequate oversight and project management in place. That's why we're looking at consecutive years instead of doing lump all in one. That's not to say that, perhaps something like the engineering can't be further reviewed once we have an agreement with Haldeman. Once we have our dedicated project manager on staff, they may be able to handle more. But it's also to not stretch ourselves too thin and then to put ourselves in a position where we're just setting ourselves up for failure on delivering the expectations. So beyond that, I'm not sure if that helps answer your question at all, Councillor, or if there's any other specifics that you want to discuss.
Well, it's an answer, but it's not the one I want to hear. That if the overall goal is to interconnect the urban areas, then I can't see the reason to delay them. I know, like our farm, we used to have more than one pond, and I used to lay an irrigation line down the center, and we'd pump the one pond empty, and we go just move the pump the other end of the farm. I found out you can pump water through that pipe either way. So if the immediate need between Delhi and Simcoe is to get Simcoe some extra water, and in the future the population projections and Delhi all of a sudden needs all its own water, well, by that time we'll have the solution, whether it's from Haldeman or whether it's a different well system. We'd be able to supplement that water from Delhi, because the water will go either way down the pipe. But if the overall goal again is to connect the two, I don't see the reason why. Right now we could still borrow money at 0.75%. It looks like a year from now that's going to be higher. 2 years from now it's going to be a lot higher. Let's get these projects started. Let's get them in the ground and done. And in the overall scheme of things, a year or 2 or 3, from a finance point of view, doesn't make any difference, but it does make a lot of difference from a development point of view. And then we can keep on going with the expansion of the urban areas without being held up by the lack of water capacity. So So again, that, you've laid out your logic to it. I understand it, but, I'm going to keep pushing to get the whole big project done as quick as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Van Pasten. Moving on to Councillor Michelle, then on deck is Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Jason. Jason, on the map, the water main line that's going to St. Williams, the proposed line, I'm just curious, and I'm not sure if you're going to be able to answer this, but I just can't help but notice the engineering costs on that proposed project is almost $6 million, which is substantially higher than the engineering costs of pretty much all the other projects. And I'm just wondering why the engineering costs would be so high. That line is not going through any urban areas. I recognize the fact that that's probably the longest line we have in terms of total distance, but I'm just curious if there's a specific reason why the engineering costs are so much higher on that proposed project than any of the others.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Through the chair to you. One of the factors that is there, yes, length does play a factor. Elevational changes along a length of main that way will also cause some challenges when you have highs and lows. You're going to need potential for extra air relief valves that will need to be put into play, which do come with some more cost and a little bit some extra design work in order to make sure that you don't essentially airlock your large diameter mains. I believe there's also some additional road crossing or water course crossings due to that length and expanse along that roadway. So those kind of things do play a factor in causing some increased engineering costs. At the end of the day, we have not done that detailed design, but because of these kind of things, that's why staff are estimating that we do anticipate the engineering may be a little bit higher than our normal kind of percentage, which we would apply to a project.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Moving on to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, just a very quick thank you to staff for the map. I know that it's not set in stone yet, but this is very helpful. It's a great visual. It's easy to share with community members. So just thank you for doing that extra legwork and bringing that forward. We can't hear you, Madam Chair.
There you go. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Just a question, Councillor Michelle, Councillor Van Pasten, your hands are still up. Do you have further questions? Nope. Okay.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Oh, right. Go ahead. Sorry.
And Councillor Michelle brought up the point, but I thought the last time we discussed the overall big picture, we discussed the fact that Port Rowan, because of the cost of that line, would remain a standalone, and the intent would be to get the intake out into the lake rather than in the bay. And I'm wondering why we still have this, $28 million project being presented when I thought their direction was to get an estimate on, running the intake line out to the lake on the other side of the point rather than piping it all the way from Simcoe, Dover, and potentially Haldeman. So, why is that other option? I thought that's the direction that we were going.
Through you, Chair Van Driesche, to Councillor Van Pasten. It's an interesting point because we do not have firm direction on the future of Port Rowan at this point. I did briefly mention there that the engineer assignment, we've closed an RFP for a detailed review of that facility. I mean, there are some promising glimpses that we've got of the condition of that existing intake. Part of this engineer's analysis is going to be able to determine what is the future treatment capability of that facility. And from there, we will be able to better form an opinion. Is it feasible to replace an intake? Is it feasible to extend an intake out to the lake side of the point in order to address some of the concerns with the shallow water intake that currently exists in the inner bay there? But at the time, it was discussed that, you know, worst case scenario, that yes, if we come back and our investigations into the viability of that existing Port Rowan water treatment plant, if it comes up as a monumental failure, that we are here to at least show that, you know, in that worst case scenario, that we've got a potential solution, and that, you know, it's not going to be a surprise when all of a sudden we come back and say, okay, you know, the work that we've done in Port Rowan has indicated that we don't really have any viable localized solutions here, that for whether that be for timing or whether that be for cost or a combination of the two. But at least we could say, you know, we've got an agreement with Haldeman or not, and we can pump water from another community to Port Rowan in order to resolve that issue. But at least we know that what it may cost in order to do that. So really the answer to the Port Dover conundrum that we're in at the moment should hopefully be coming in the next number of months, once we've got this detailed review done, to indicate out of the existing intake and out of that existing facility, or with minor upgrades to either of those, what can we do?
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Satisfied, Councillor Van Passen?
Yeah, I think that's the answer, that financially this would be the worst case scenario, and they are looking at better options or other options, but this is probably the high end projection on the potential cost, so it could only come in better than this.
That's what conservative budgeting is all about. Councillor Michele, do you still have a question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you, and through you to Jason, and just sort of following up on Councillor Van Passen's question. So, Jason, what that report will be coming out, as you mentioned earlier, pretty soon. And so, if that report does suggest that the water treatment plant in Port Rowan is viable, and that there are adjustments or changes that can be made to make that plant more efficient, especially with regard to that intake, then we would be able, then I guess is my question perhaps to finance, would we be able to revise those numbers that are in our capital plan during the course of 2022, or will we have to wait?
Good question, Councillor Michele, to staff.
Through the chair. So yes, we would be able to revise those funding forecasts as well as like our debt projections throughout the year.
Thank you, Ms. Fanning. Back to you, Mr. Godby.
Yes, thank you, Chair Van Driesche. Through you to Councillor Michele. I guess I just want to be clear that I do not believe that we would have that information in time to make any adjustment, any reasonable adjustments in early 2022. We're hoping that that information comes through in 2022. We've done a bunch of work through the course of 2021 on it, and as I mentioned, the engineer assignment, the RFP is closed, but we have not actually awarded the engineering work of that yet. So I just don't want to inadvertently give the misconception that, we could be back in February with a solution or knowing what's happening in Port Rowan. Realistically, it'll be sometime through 2022. And with the idea would be that if we get some positive news on that we'd be looking at, in my mind, an adjustment to the 2023 capital budget at that point, where we would tweak this to match what are now the knowns about that facility.
Okay, thank you, Jason, because as I'm sure you're aware, there are a couple of developments that are waiting on this answer. So thank you for that a little bit better, and I recognize approximate timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Is there any other councillors that have any further questions or comments? Thank you. If not, we have a resolution or a motion on the floor that the update from Jason Godby, General Manager of Environmental and Infrastructure Services, regarding the interurban water supply strategy be received as information. Do I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Hoffman. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rabbit. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next segment. We have the report Ops 21-15, additional information on Port Dover Dog Park. We will now move on to our next item, which is this. And replacing Mr. Cridland today is Mr. Todd Shoemaker, Director of Parks and Recreation, will be presenting for Bill's report. Thank you. Mr. Shoemaker, you have the floor.
Through the chair, thank you, and good morning, Mayor and Council. Over the last few years, since about 2013, there's been talk of a dog park in Port Dover. There's been an active group in Port Dover that has been working towards getting this park in place. We do have a dog park in the budget for this group in Port Dover, and it was in the 2029 budget. A group of them have got together. They've got some signatures from other people around the area. I believe around 500 signatures of people interested in this park. They've also been doing a little bit of fundraising as well to help try to pay for this park. And to date, they've got about $3,000 raised. They've also talked to about, I think it's 15 or 20 other corporations and individuals and organizations they're waiting to hear back from. Moving with this park, what they've asked for is they're looking for actually a dog park which would be separated into a main dog park area plus a small dog park area. What staff is working towards or recommending is that for this park, we're recommending that we try to use the former Dogwood Park school area to be located for the dog park. Staff estimate the cost to install the park will be around $26,000, and it will take up about 1 acre of land. The second smaller park, which could be added, would increase the cost to about $31,000. The group fundraises, the staff is recommending that the group fundraise $7,500 for the smaller park, which would require 2 sections of fence to be added to make the area for the smaller dog park. Any additional fundraising over and above the amount would further reduce the funds needed for the 2022 capital budget. And it also needs to be noted that to work will be started on this until the minimum of $7,500 is raised. So basically, like I said, this has been ongoing for the Delhi area for probably 7 or 8 years. They're looking forward to trying to get this park in place, and they do have a following of people that are excited about it as well. And with that, I will take any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. I'll move forward to Councillor Martin first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Shoemaker. I know that Delhi does want a dog park, but this
What did I say, Delhi? I apologize. Port Dover, I apologize.
I knew what you meant. That's okay. Right at the end there. Delhi and Port Rowan both have one scheduled in the capital.
As well, yes.
I like to be conscious of that, you know, that yes, the Port Dover community is asking for it in advance and other communities are waiting for theirs. So I'm very well aware of that. My question is actually through to maybe our CAO or finance staff. If the recommendation of staff is accepted, our plan, I would just like to confirm for the general public that our plan would be to not spend any money or advance the plan in any way, shape, or form until the $7,500 threshold fundraised dollars from the dog park group is achieved. So that's my first question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, to the councillor, yes. So the dog park was originally on our 10-year forecast, I believe in 2029 for a dog park in Port Dover. The request of bringing it forward came from the community group. They've got, roughly about 500 signatures in support of this. And part of what we said was, if it's going to be moved forward, then we need to see a financial contribution from the community. They've claimed that they'll be able to raise the funding to offset a significant portion of these costs. And so staff would not move forward with this project until those funds from the community are fully committed and confirmed.
Okay, thank you very much. From my perspective, I think that is reasonable, so the taxpayers aren't expected to bump a project significantly in the capital plan without some fundraising contribution. And I did just want to share with my colleagues that this group was told that a minimum $7,500 would need to be fundraised, and they are confident that they could actually achieve more than that. And as of last week, they began collecting pledges, and they are not accepting actual fundraised dollars at this point in time until council makes a decision if we would advance this project. But in the meantime, they began collecting pledges, and they have exceeded $3,000 in a week and a bit's time. So I just wanted to leave that with you, and I'll let my colleagues ask any questions of staff.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Martin. Just a quick question before we go to Councillor Huffman. Councillor Michelle, are you still in the queue for questioning? Okay, thank you. We'll go next to Councillor Huffman and then Councillor Columbus. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Shoemaker. Just to refresh my memory, why did we come up with the 7,500? Where did that figure come from, and why was it chosen?
Todd, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. It was through the chair. It was based on $30 a square foot for the fencing. What we actually used for the entire area is to be fenced in.
And that's how we with the 7,500.
Yes. There will be the fencing that has to go in on two sides. There will be a gate entrance that will have to go in as well, and there will be a rubber footing put inside the gated area. So because it's the worst area and it turns to mud and slippery, and so we put a rubber membrane in that area to prevent it from getting that way. So.
Okay. I guess my next question is, those lands are pretty prime lands there. Do we not have future plans for this area as a county to sell these lands off for development or develop them ourselves? Like, it just seems that this is a very prime area for a dog park to go, when potentially down the road we could be developing this area. Is there anyone able to answer that for me?
Through the chair, I can put a a little bit of an answer on that. It's the lands that we're talking about, along with other lands in that area, they were all purchased by the I believe the sewage treatment plant that's there for future expansion. So I don't think they're planning if there are any plans on actually selling those areas. They are there for future expansion.
Okay.
My apologies, the mouse was way over there. Okay, my apologies to Mayor Chuck. You were in the order, but I missed you because I didn't know who that was. So anyway, we'll go to you first, Mayor Chuck, and then I apologize to Councillor Kamlopis after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just actually, Councillor Hoffman, that was an excellent question because I'm sort of perplexed about that 7,500 figure as well myself. I could understand if 7,500 was the full amount, and so staff decided that the full amount needed to come forward. But I'm assuming 7,500 is not the full cost here. So, you know, I don't understand how that wasn't a council decision to determine what the level of fundraising was going to be. We also talked about the potential for user fees and so on. So, you know, again, we talk about at the beginning in terms of, you know, our budget feedback is that people want us to focus on core services, that they're willing to drive 15 to 20 minutes. And yet, you know, I see $500,000 skateboard parks in the 10-year forecast and dog parks. And, you know, when we look at being 91 million again, or a 91 million increase in the 10-year capital forecast occurring this year, I'm sort of confused as how we're not sort of reevaluating, you know, that focus again on core assets and how a number gets decided as for fundraising that doesn't come through council. Like maybe council says we want the entire amount fundraised. So where's the 7,500 coming from?
Through the chair, what we looked at was that with the other dog parks that we put in, the municipality has paid for the entire dog park to be put in. The difference with this one is that they're proposing to pay to have the park put in, but if they want an additional area that they're looking for small dogs, that is what it's going to cost for that additional area to have it put in.
Okay, well, I understand that in the past, you know, that may be how that they were fully paid for. The challenge is you know, we started to reevaluate. Does it make sense for having one museum in each town? Does it make sense to, you know, there's a reason why we're seeing the tax increases we're seeing. Eventually the fencing needs to be replaced. This is all part of the capital asset management program. So are we going to have, is that the plan from the county? We have a skateboard park in every single town. We have a dog park in every single town. We have, I mean, at a certain point, you know, we're saying one thing that our constituents want us to focus on core services, but on the other corner of our mouth, we're just deciding, we're saying, okay, well, we're going to go ahead and put this. If you want the extra frills, you know, you have to pay for it, but we're going to go and put a dog park there. If I was a constituent in Delhi, I would be saying, well, why isn't my dog park then coming forward? If we want a small one, we'll raise the extra little bit as well, but then move up the entire dog park. This isn't.
So if I may, yep. So if I may, Madam Mayor, through you, Chair, I mean, this is ultimately a decision that council will have to make. I mean, staff have brought it forward as a recommendation. At the end of the day, if council does not want to proceed with it or wants us to make some adjustments to the program, we could certainly do that. At the end of the day, this is council's decision to make.
I guess I don't mind if people want to fundraise and pay for the entire effort, that's fine. But right now, given, you know, the services that we've seen cut, And the changes that we've made over the last couple of years to move it up for one town without moving it up for all of the other locations that also wish to have one. I'm just not sure that's right at this point in time. Again, if the entire amount wants to be fundraised and we can provide them with the land to do that, and we can do the grass cutting and so on, provided it's not a significant increase in maintenance, then that I don't see an issue with. But I do see an issue with saying, well, we're going to pay for the base model as long as you fundraise for the frills.
Thank you, Mayor Chop, for your comments. Also, moving on then to Councillor Columbus, Councillor Michelle, then Councillor Martin. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Delhi requested a dog park several years ago, even before this new council was elected. And perhaps a lot of those dogs have passed away by now. But anyway, we're hearing a lot about dogs urinating and defecating on the Port Dover Pier. So hopefully people would use this dog park to walk their dogs rather than have that continue to happen, which would be a positive thing. And my question is with respect to liability. If we have a dog park there and we're encouraging people to use it, how does, is it the homeowner's liability, the person that owns the dog that would be liable, or would the county have to have a request for a liability clause with the group that's using the dog park, the group that's raising the money? Who can answer that question? Todd, I guess.
Through the chair, I believe that it would be, well, as in anything, I mean, with basically the 1% rule, the municipality obviously would be in there, they would be named, but the owner has to keep care and control of their dog at all times. And I believe the responsibility would fall back onto them. But I think Shelley's group could probably answer that maybe a little bit better, or council. I
believe care and control means the dog has to be leashed. I don't know about that for sure, but I think that's what it means. It's a tough question, I know.
My apologies to everybody, but we have a couple of IT issues we have to deal with. So if I could have Ms. Fanning come back on the line here, we just have an issue.
Hello there, through the chair. We are still on the line. Do you see us?
Yes, we can now. Okay, thank you. Is that sufficient?
Want to comment?
Ms. Fanning, is there anything you wish to comment on?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Van Dendriessche. It's Shelley Darlington. I think just to supplement Mr. Shoemaker's comments with respect to the park, the county obviously would be named in any claim or potential claim, but I think the key component is care and control and the responsibilities of users of the park that we promote as well.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to see you again. Okay, moving on then. I have Councillor Michelle, then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Van Dendriessche. I want to mention that I concur with that Mayor Chop made. You know, I think this is a little bit of a question of equity. If Port Dover gets to have their dog park moved up from 2029, then you know, Delhi and Simcoe, or sorry, Delhi and Port Rowan should. And I know that in the budget survey, you know, a vast majority of constituents said they'd be willing to drive up to 20 kilometers further to use some of our services. Well, it happens in this case that Port Dover is in that range to go to the existing dog parks in Waterford or Simcoe. And in fact, I know of several constituents, even in Ward 1, which is a fair distance, who actually do drive their dogs to Simcoe to walk them in that park. So again, you know, if the group was going to fundraise for the entire amount, that would be one thing. But for us to fund the remainder, I just don't think that's a fair and equitable approach to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Moving on to Councillor Were you requesting an answer from Todd? My apologies.
I don't think so, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, your statements were well taken. Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my comments after listening to my colleagues would be, we are already paying for maintenance on this particular parcel of land. There is a increase of $700, I believe, for $700, maybe $50 a year for staff to come in with bags and remove garbage. This county land is already, the lands are already cut and maintained by Norfolk County staff. The particular location is requesting 2 fences. It is already partially fenced. Initially, this project was in the capital budget for $39,000. It's already been reduced to $26,000 with the fundraising component. And again, the group is confident that they will exceed that, but they've been told by Norfolk County staff to not begin fundraising until we make a decision here today. And $3,000 is already on the table. I certainly do empathize with my other council members and the other communities who are waiting for a dog park and have been waiting. My only response to that would be that Port Dover got a group together and came and put forward a request and gave us a deputation. And so I would hope that the other community members would do the same and offer some fundraising element at that point in time. So at this point in time, I guess we'll just move on with our business. I'd like to put forward the recommendation of staff. I'd like to move that, but I would like to make an amendment to it. And Teresa, feel free to wordsmith however you think is best. But I would also like to encourage our staff that they identify options for a user fee system for all dog parks in Norfolk County. And if that is the direction that council wishes to go, to charge, a fee or some rate for use, then I think that is another great way that we can look at identifying new revenue to use these amenities. And while I agree that Norfolk County is in a tough financial position, I still think we're building communities and we're adding amenities to our communities. We can't just stop that entirely. So $1 is cheaper today than $1 is cheaper tomorrow, and it will be tomorrow. And we have community members willing to put forward money. So I would like to go into debate and see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. You have put a motion on the floor. If I could defer to Madam Clerk to clarify the motion.
Through the chair. So we will need a seconder for this to actually be on the floor, but the motion that's put forward by Councillor Martin is that staff report OPS 2115, additional information on Port Dover Dog Park be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council move the Port Dover Dog Park project from 2029 to the 2022 capital budget at a cost of $31,000, and that funding for the Port Dover Dog Park be provided from donations, $7,500, the Parks and Recreation Development Charges Reserve Fund, $18,000, and the Parkland Reserve Fund of $5,500, and that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $7,500 for the project by June 1st, 2022, and further that staff investigate establishing a user fee system for all dog parks within Norfolk County.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Who's going to go with it? Councillor Taylor? I don't see her. I'm sorry, Councillor Martin?
Sorry, Madam Chair and my colleagues. I also would like to give staff the authority to reduce where the additional funding comes from should additional fundraised dollars from community. I want to tell you how to do your job, but if they obviously fundraise more, I would like to take it, and staff would have the authority to reduce which reserve fund it came from.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. My apologies to Councillor Van Passen. We can't see you on the screen, so we didn't realize your hand was up. If you'd like to go ahead. Oh, there you are now. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know how to balance things here, but I would second that motion if the mover is willing to up that little portion of the fundraising. The $7,500, from what I get from the presentation, would be to offset the cost of the, the overall fencing. But then they're also asking for the upgrade to split it so there's a separate area for the smaller dogs. And that's an additional $4,500. And if I take 75 and 45 and move it to 12, then I think I could support the motion. And if I do the math, there's 500 people that sign a petition. If they each throw in $20, that's 10 grand right there. So it's time to put your money where your mouth is. So if the mover is willing to make that change, that the minimum fundraising amount is $12,000, and I would suggest that we remove the 4,500 from the source of the Parkland Reserve to make those numbers match, then I would second the motion.
First of all, Councillor Van Patten, are you making that an amendment? Because we have a motion and a mover and a seconder on the floor.
Then I will move it as an amendment then.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Is that appropriate, Madam Madam Clerk? Are we okay with that?
Through the chair, we can put the amendment on the floor. The amendment would have to be voted on first before the main motion.
So I may continue discussions or continue before we call that, or do we call it immediately?
Through the chair, we can discuss the amendment that's on the floor.
Okay, let's continue to discuss the amendment. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Van Patten, for the suggestion. I did think about increasing the fundraising minimum. However, it's the language of by June 1st that was concerning to me. And I do have some correspondence from the group in an email that Mr. Kudlin sent me, but Teresa taught me to never read that on the fly. So I can share that with council for you to review, where it does express that they are comfortable with fundraising more, and they did similar math with their signatures and what they would land at. Long story short, my concern is the June 1st, 2022. So I would be more open to taking the small portion off and having them fundraise for that in a few years themselves. I think that they can fundraise towards the dog park with the June 1st commitment, with the $7,500 commitment, because that's been what has been discussed as a full dog park committee group and our staff. I don't think we're changing much of their plans at that point in time. And if staff decide to not proceed with the smaller dog park section at that time because it's too much of an expense, then the group can then continue to fundraise, and that can be added on at a later date and time. That would be my preferred amendment if that makes council feel any better. I'm not comfortable changing the dollar value with the June 1st date without discussing it. I wasn't present for the staff and committee meetings.
Okay, defer back to Madam Clerk. We have a lot of balls in the air here and I'm not getting it. So.
Through the chair. So for Councillor Van Passen's amendment, we would need a seconder for that. So I guess before you call for that, Councillor Van Passen, the motion that I have currently, unless you wish to amend it, is and that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $12,000 for the project by June 1st, 2022. Again, we would need a seconder for that.
And Madam Clerk, could you change the sentence ahead above that the funding comes from the Parkland Reserve Fund, change the 5,500 down to 1,000?
Yes, I will add those two clauses in as your amending motion.
I need a seconder then. Oh, we have a debate. I can go to a seconder first and then we continue debate. Councillor Huffman, you are seconding Councillor Van Passen's motion. Thank you. We're going back to debate now. Councillor Martin.
Not so much debate, Madam Chair, just a question to our staff. If the fundraising commitment is not met by June 1st, 2022, are we then looking at still approving the project for the next year? At this point in time, the group has then taken money from community members in good faith that they're going to deliver on a dog park with Norfolk County. So what would our plan be if that isn't met? Would it kick the can down the road just a year, or?
Madam Clerk?
I would say yes, that's something that we would recommend to do, would be to move it forward to get 1 year. But again, I believe that's a council decision to determine whether they want to push it forward 1 year or push it back to the 2029 where it was originally in the 10-year plan. So yeah, I think that would be our recommendation to move forward. But again,
I just wonder what assurances we're offering the community's members. If this is something that I can get behind and then they go out and they take money for a project, what assurances is Norfolk County giving them that we'll follow through? If it happens to be in 2023, then so be it. But can we confirm that, I guess, is what I'm asking for from staff.
If I may, through the chair to the councillor, I would suggest the following, that if the June date remains as part of council's resolution and direction to staff, we would bring something back to council advising of the status of that fundraising collection effort. And it would be council's decision at that point whether they would want to move it to 2023 or whatnot. So I think that's the easiest way to do it, is we would bring back a staff report and advise council of the status of the fundraising efforts before we would take any other steps.
Okay, sorry. And then my last question for clarification is why the June 1st date? What's critical about that date? Okay.
Todd?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure, through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure that date is set in stone either. I mean, if council wants to move the date around, the only thing I could think of is if perhaps there were some issues with putting in the fence posts with frost lines and things of that sort if it gets too cold, but I'm not sure what the date, the rationale for that one date was.
Okay, thank you very much, staff. Through you, Madam Chair, I can support this motion if there are assurances made to this group that if they start to collect money, we will follow through within the next fiscal year. If they don't meet this present deadline and it takes them a couple extra months, I just want to make sure that we are in good faith telling them they are now okay to go out and fundraise. Thank you.
Thank you. I will then go to Councillor Columbus and then back to the clerk.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. To fence this 1 acre seems overly expensive to me. You know, you can almost buy 1 acre, maybe not in Port Dover for $30,000, but anyway, it seems exorbitant. You know, if a farmer's fencing, I don't see them ever spending this kind of money on their livestock or anything like that. So I'm just wondering why it's so expensive. I heard Mr. Shoemaker say that it was a square foot, and perhaps he meant a lineal foot rather than a square foot, but maybe we need some clarification there. The other thing I want to question is why this fence will not be installed till next year anyway, so why is it here? Why can't it be discussed in the levy budget in January and defer this whole thing to a few months into the new year to January?
Through the chair, yes, it would be $30 a foot, as you have corrected me. As far as going to the levy budget, capital, operational capital, we are cut off, I believe, at 10,000. That's why it was brought forward to the capital project at this point in time. And it's that, like, if we were to put in normal, like the wire fencing, it would be cheaper. But we find that within the parks, with playing and kids climbing the fences and running and doing the different things that we need the solid, will be constantly replacing it. So that is part of the reason. The other reason is there has to be a number of entrances. We have to have gates to allow our maintenance machine, lawnmowers within the area to be able to maintain it, as well as the entrances to it have to be basically a double gate to allow for access in and out without other dogs being allowed to escape or get in without being leashed or So there are a number of different things, and again, like I said, with the rubber entrance, with that being the busiest area in such a small confined area, we find that it gets beat up and really fast, and becomes a mud hole, and so we try to put the rubber in, which will prevent that from happening. So,
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Mike. My apologies, Captain Columbus. Moving on, Mayor Chop, you had a question or a comment?
It was more just to clarify with Shelley for Councillor Martin. I thought we had established a policy where in any situation like this that the fundraising monies would come forward. So I'm with Councillor Martin to a degree on this one, in the sense that that there shouldn't be a timeline included.
Yeah, and thank you through Chair Van Andrishi to Mayor Chop. That is correct. There was a report provided to council last year with respect to cleaning up some of previous fundraising issues, and council supported a policy that the fundraising commitments were to be made prior to the start of a project.
So to that end, Shelley, that's what I agree. I don't know why they've included a date in there. It wouldn't matter if the project's being approved in the capital budget now. If they don't fundraise until next year, then the project would still go ahead if it moves through council.
Yes, that is correct. I believe the timeline was associated with construction of the park because they wanted it done for the summertime. I believe that's why a date was identified, but there is no date necessarily needed in the information.
Thank you, Ms. Darlington. I was on mute. I apologize. Over to Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe to just add a little bit of clarity to my amendment, the last line, and further that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed in 2022 if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $12,000 for the project by June 1st, 2022. I think I got the impression that if, from staff, that if they want that fence actually there next year, they're going to have to know, but no later than June 1st, so they can build that into their work plan, because it would take tendering, it would take all of those things, and then fit in with everything else they do. So if they want that fence in the ground in 2022, they better have the money on the table by June the 1st. If they don't, it still stays there. And the other part of our policy will kick in when they show up with the check for $12,000, then we'll start on that process. So that gives clarity to the community, it gives clarity to staff, it gives clarity to council. So does that help, Councillor Martin, with your dilemma there? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for bringing clarity to that. I'm moving over to the clerk. Can I get some, if we could go again with the motion so that we are all clear on it?
Yes. So, Councillor Huffman, I just wanted to confirm that you're okay to still second that with that small amendment. Thank you. So the amending motion from Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Huffman, is that funding for the Port Dover Dog Park project be provided from donations of $12,000, the Parks and Recreation Development Charges Reserve Fund $18,000, and the Parkland Reserve Fund of $1,000, and that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed in 2022 if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $12,000 for the project by June 1st, 2022. If this motion passes, then we have to go back to the motion as amended, and we will see if Councillor Martin will still move that, and then we'll have to second that one as well. But right now we're just voting on the amendment.
If I could go to Ms. Fanning first and then to the Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Chair Van Andrishi. I just want to do some clarification with the financial numbers there. Our development charges are generally a percentage of the project, so I just want to finesse the numbers provided by Mr. Van Passen. So I would recommend that donations provide $12,000 as suggested, the Development Charge Reserve Fund $16,000, and the Parkland Reserve Fund the remaining portion. These numbers and the proportion available to be funded from the Development Charge Reserve Fund will be validated within our current ongoing development charge studies. So should there be any changes after that point, they would be brought forward to council.
Thank you, Ms. Fanning. Moving on to Mayor Chop.
I don't want to belabor this continued dog park conversation, but I think there is another point of clarification there, Councillor Van Passen. I thought that was just for the large portion of the dog park, and we were removing that small piece until a future year, or if that was completely independently fundraised. Was that not the way I understood that?
If I may, Madam Chair, that was my.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Martin.
I think if we do it that way, it will just cost more because it'll get designed one way and then put an addition on it. My idea was they pay for the fence part of the new fencing. They want the extra 4,500, so I tack the 4,500 onto the 7,500 staff recommendation, and we just do the whole project at once.
Moving on then to Councillor Martin and then Councillor Michele.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was just going to clarify my question to an amendment, Mayor Chop.
For understanding that. Over to Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for added clarity, we are still including the section where staff will investigate and report on the user fees for this dog park, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Michele, we're just on the amending motion right now. Then we go back to the main motion that was part of the main motion. So sorry, just before you go back to this, so just to confirm with finance then, the donations would be $12,000, the recreation development charges would be $16,000, and then the Parkland Reserve Fund, am I putting in $3,000 or am I just putting in the term remaining funds?
Sorry.
I was confused by that.
Through the chair to Teresa, you did catch me there. I'm going back and forth. I had the 12,000, but it's actually 7,500, which the group committed for the donations, 16,000 for the development charge reserve fund, and the remaining, the balance to come from the Parkland Reserve Fund.
Through the chair, Catherine, I think the councillors were putting a motion on that they wanted 12,000 fundraising dollars.
Sorry, I'll just have to redo my calculations then, Ms. Olson, and I'll get back to you because of the proportion of the project.
Councillor Michele, are we, you're Councillor, fine. Okay, we'll give her a minute to be able to do those calculations, and then we will address the motion on the floor. Hopefully that clerk can repeat it to us.
Through the chair, I don't know if this is a fair suggestion or not. I don't know how long it's going to take finance to do that. Maybe it's quick, maybe it's not. But just looking at the time, just wondering if maybe a short break or if we wanted to break for a short lunch and then come back at noon and carry on just to give them an opportunity to put that together, and then we can finish off with the amending motion in motion. I'm just trying to maximize the use of our time under, recognizing that.
Absolutely. Oh, we have Ms. Fanning on right now. Go ahead, Ms. Fanning.
Sorry about that. Thank you for Teresa for buying us some time, but we're ready. So the revised values would be $12,000 from donations, $18,000 from the Park and Recreation Development Charge Reserve Fund, and the remaining $1,000 come from the Parkland Reserve Fund to make up the $31,000 dog park.
Okay, so through the chair, the amending motion right now, again, I will read it out. Amending motion by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Huffman, that funding for the Port Dover Dog Park project be provided from donations of $12,000, the Parks and Recreation Development Charges Reserve Fund of $18,000, and the Parkland Reserve Fund of $1,000. And that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed in 2022 if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $12,000 for the project by June 1st of 2022.
Clear? Councillor Martin, are you satisfied? Councillor Van Passen? Oh, I got thumbs up. There you go. All right, motion is on the floor. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? This motion is carried. Thank you very much. I do believe that maybe a lunch break would be appropriate.
Through the chair, we still have to vote on the main motion. So if I can read that out.
All right.
So the main motion right now is moved by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, are you still willing to move that motion? It will need a seconder. So that staff report OPS 2115 additional information on Port Dover Dog Park be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council move the Port Dover Dog Park project from 2029 to the 2022 capital budget at a cost of $31,000. And that funding for the Port Dover Dog Park project be provided from donations of $12,000, the Parks and Recreation Development Charges Reserve Fund of $18,000, and the Parkland Reserve Fund of $1,000, and that the Port Dover Dog Park project only proceed in 2022 if the resident dog park group fundraises the minimum of $12,000 for the project by June 1st, 2022, and that if the fundraising dollars exceeds the $12,000, that the county contributions be reduced by the additional fundraising amount, and further that staff investigate establishing a user fee system for all dog parks within Norfolk County. We will need a second.
Okay, I'm going to Martin and Taylor. Those were the original movers and seconder. We're good? Okay, thank you. Now I will call the vote on that particular motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Now I think might be a good time, Madam Clerk, to be able to take a break, then come back. Like if someone, we could take a lunch break and then that would work.
Through the chair, I think if that's acceptable to the members of committee, I guess I would suggest a half an hour lunch break if we want to use the maximum amount of our time today. Committee.
Okay, is it okay with everybody? We'll resume at 12:10. Oh, everybody's happy. Perfect, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Looks like we're trickling back. Okay, we'll just wait a couple more minutes. Everybody should be back shortly. I think, Madam Clerk, we're almost ready to go. Yep, okay. I see a couple more councillors and the mayor. Are you on or just have your camera off?
Through the chair, Councillor Van Passen is just going down the stairs, so he'll be on in probably 60 seconds.
Okay, well, we're just, sure, and Councillor Hoffman should be here shortly, I'm sure, as well as the mayor will come on board. So we'll wait for a couple seconds here and then we'll get back started. And I take it, Madam Clerk, that I'm starting on Section 1 Corporate Services Report because we have concluded with the dog park. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah.
That is
all
correct.
right. So therefore, in my notes here, I have Section 1 Corporate Services Report. Staff earlier provided an overview of Section 1 Corporate Services Report and an information memo. Reference to EIF capital budget drivers was listed on the agenda under communications. Are there any further questions from this presentation provided earlier in the meeting? Just going to do a little catch up here. If seeing none, well, I'll move on, Madam Clerk. I'll be moving on to Section 2, Supplementary Background Information. In addition to assist council during their review of the plan, under Section 2, is someone else supposed to be reading this? Am I going to staff here? Doesn't. In addition to, I'm sorry?
You are correct. You're in the right spot. You're right.
Okay. In addition to assist council during their review of the plan, under Section 2, staff has provided supplementary information, including details on the capital plan, financial report, and presentation guide. Capital financing supplemental information and a summary of the capital changes made by the senior leadership team to the primary plan. Are there any questions or comments from the committee on these two sections? If not, we are going to move forward. I see no hand. Moving down to Section 3, Proposal 22 to 31, Capital Plan. Section 3 includes the Capital Plan Financial Report, which includes 4 project types or categories. Number 1, Section 3A, New and Incremental Capital. 2, Section 3B, Asset Management Capital. C3, Section 3 4, Section 3D, recommendations, from boards and agencies. To begin our review, let us move to Section 3, page 26. This is an overall summary by the category of projects, noting assessment management capital makes up over $454 million, and in new and incremental capital includes just over $206 million. Are there any questions in this section or comments from the committee? Okay. Moving on to page 27, provides the detail on how the plan, as is presented at this time, will be financed with reserves.
Madam Chair, I believe Councilor Van Passen has his name up. I believe Madam Chair, Councilor.
Okay, I'm getting gurgled here. Councilor Van Passen, I have you first.
Well, I might have hit that button a little quick. I have some questions like on page 29, 30, 31 kind of thing. You're not quite there yet.
Okay, let me continue to read. Funding the largest portion of the plan, followed by debt and charges. Are there any questions or comments on this? If not, we'll move on to Section 3A, New and Incremental Capital on page 29. Let's move to 29. And Prince, you have the floor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question on page 29. It is number 333-2016, the Governor Simcoe Square Accessibility Project. And I know I did send that in to staff, and they've sort of verified that that would be conditional on receiving a grant for about half of the, about half of the project is eligible for grant. I don't know if that's 100% grant or not. But again, the bigger picture question comes up about, you know, are we in the midst of reviewing our overall facilities? You know, are we looking at building a standalone facility? Are we ever going to get out of that white elephant on Robinson? You know, what is actually required for accessibility over the next couple of years? And I know a lot of these projects have been deferred, but could I get a little bit more detail from staff on this project?
Thank you, Councilor Van Passen. To staff.
Thank you, Chair Van den Drieschie, to Councillor Van Passen. Great question. So these projects that have been bundled together for hopefully a successful grant application have a long history with respect to the county. I appreciate the comments about an overall facility review and strategy. When we did discuss this as a possible grant application, we did take into consideration that Governor Simcoe Square is a historical site and that it certainly ties in with our Norfolk County Public Library branch, Simcoe branch as well. This particular project stems back to, I believe, around 2017. And there were a number of items that have been identified out in that Talbot Street entrance with respect to slips and trip hazards from previous claims and some exterior maintenance with respect to snow and ice removal, difficulties with operations getting machinery in, water runoff and such. So I understand and appreciate the comments with respect to a more holistic facility strategy. However, it is a historically significant site, Governor Simcoe Square. So whether or not it's used in the future from an administrative perspective or used elsewhere, staff felt it was still appropriate to apply for this funding envelope. And again, the project would not proceed without the funding being secured.
Thank you. Moving on then to Councillor Taylor. You have a question, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chair Van den Drieschie. It's regarding this item as well. With the AODA compliance regulations changing, I believe in 2025, is there going to be a point where this project is no longer grant dependent, where it's going to be we have to do this or come up with another solution?
You're directing your question to staff?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, thank you for the question. Certainly this change and accessibility requirement is something that staff is monitoring, but we do believe that we are on schedule with respect to compliance, and it's really comes down to when a renovation occurs. So that is the best information I have at this moment, but I can certainly tap my colleague, Sam McFarland. I believe he may be on the call for further follow-up if you give us a minute, Councillor Taylor.
Well, certainly.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Moving on to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although it does give us a little bit of notice here by 1 year, it's listed under the new initiative. So 2132101 online parking platform. I'm assuming this is coming in our staff report and it's a placeholder for next year, but I'm keen to hear about it.
Do we have any answers from staff on that one?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. So I will start, and the clerk may have some supplemental information to add to this project. So yes, there is an upcoming council report being presented, I believe at the November 9th meeting related to the online parking platform project. So this project has been adjusted from the project that was in the 2021 capital plan forecast, and has been adjusted, and further details and information are presented in a report. But I'm not sure if Ms. Olson would like to provide a preview of that information now.
Through the chair, if council wants the preview now, I can definitely provide an overview, or it can wait for the report that's coming on council and committee meeting next Tuesday, whichever.
It is still another additional year out. I just noticed it was listed under the new initiative, so that's fine. If it's coming in the November report, fine, that's directly what it's associated to. Not missing anything else?
Not from my end.
Okay, thanks. We can wait till the report comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any, out of our discussions, are there any further discussions? Because we'd like to move on, but I'm waiting. There is no motions on the floor, so there's no further discussion. Let us move on to section 3. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. I apologize. Councillor Van Patten, I apologize. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've had a bunch of other questions already answered this morning concerning the water, but I also have this big picture question, and I think I brought it up before, that over the next few years, we've got 11 and a half, 12 and a half, 13, about $14, $15 million budgeted for the rec center in Simcoe. We have about $2 million in the budget over the next few years for the outdoor pool, seasonal pool in Delhi. And I'd still like some answers on the feasibility of building a competition-sized indoor pool that's usable 365 days a year, you know, on next to the arena in Delhi, as a replacement to an outdoor pool and an upgraded one in Simcoe, and then, you know, limp the one along at the rec center just as a pool where little kids can learn to swim, seniors can enjoy it, that can be heated. And as a, you know, I think I'd rather spend money on like $10 million on something you can use every day of the year rather than $2 million over next year on an outdoor pool that we just use for a couple months in the summer in Delhi. Why not build the right thing and spend the money once instead of doing half a job 5 times? So if staff could comment on that, please.
Staff, any consideration?
Perhaps I can start and staff can correct me where I'm making errors. So part of our discussion around the budget table this year has involved the need to have a sort of a comprehensive plan at all of our facilities, including our recreational facilities, to see what makes sense to do, understanding that we are in a bit of a financial pinch. And so that is something that as SLT we've discussed, and it's something that we're going to bring forward in the next month or two in terms of providing a roadmap to the future, very much in tune with, you know, living within our means and being able to adjust what we're doing now. I think the point in regards to an indoor competitive swimming pool is something that we can certainly discuss. I can tell you in my experience, it's a very expensive endeavor. It's something that is certainly a financial obligation that this county would need to be prepared to take on. But it's something that we will discuss in the coming months, and council will give us firm direction on a roadmap to the future. You know, just some anecdotal sort of input to council. In my first month that I've been here, driving around with each and every one of you, with the exception of one to date, I'm impressed in terms of how each one of you are, you know, very much in tune with your wards, very much in tune with what you need, very much in tune with what your community is looking for. And so part of staff's obligation is to give council sort of a roadmap in terms of the future, in terms of all of these facilities that we have, recreational facilities included, and see what we can do in terms of living within our means and looking to do in terms of what we can do to make communities and neighborhoods that people are proud of, proud to live in, proud to call home, proud to work in, where businesses want to, you know, locate to as well. So that's all part of the review that has to go on. But Councillor Van Passen, your point is taken in regards to the pool. I have seen the outdoor one. I've not seen the indoor one yet, but staff have told me about the fact that the pool or the future of the pools in Norfolk County is something that is very much high on the radar in terms of priorities. So we will be looking at all of that in the coming months and providing council with a roadmap to the future.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I should have warned you I tend to do this and go through it and ask a lot of silly questions, but on page 34, we also have the traffic controller program that I think that's a new one that got implemented last year. These are over and above. They're in the asset management portion of the budget. There's replacements, and then these are extra ones that the Police Services Board had asked for. And, you know, I questioned at the time whether there's a need for this, but, you know, I will question it again, whether it's a need to, you know, add more and more of these units every year for the next 10 years. So again, if staff could comment on that, or members of the Police Services Board could comment on that for me, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So the traffic controller program, I'm just trying to pull up the details here, but that is not the one that's requested from the Police Services Board. The projects that are requested from the Police Services Board are actually in section 3D, that we call them the speed watch signs. As part of SLT's review, they recommended deferral of the speed watch sign project that was initially planned for 2022 into 2023. And then there was another program in 2023 that they pushed into 2024, which is on page 50 of your budget book. But I think, I wonder if our roads manager, Devin Hunter, if he's on the line, if he wants to provide some additional comments on our traffic controller program and what that addresses.
Sure. Through the chair, this is just a program that we have annually to modernize our traffic lights. So this could include things like sensors or loops or the actual control panels to make those things function a little bit better.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much. See, I haven't quite got every line item in our budget memorized and organized in my own head. So thanks, staff, for straightening me out.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Moving on to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we are on that traffic note, I believe it probably was the Police Service Board request, but we were delayed in receiving some last year. Did those come?
Through the chair, yes, we do have them. We're just meeting next couple weeks to determine the locations of those installs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sounds good. Are we good, Councillor Martin? Thank you. Okay, since there's no motions to come out of this, let's move to section 3B, asset management. We're moving to page 38. I think we had some discussion already, but we're going to move to page 38. Did I just do that one? Are there any questions on this page? Okay, let's move on then. Let's move to section 3C, which is on page 45, to see if we got some questions from there. 3. Oh, Councillor Martin, and then.
Sorry, thanks, Madam Chair. Just backing it up on page 39, looking to staff for clarification. The $50,000 in the bridge sustainability program, is that the same sustainability program that we have in previous years pulled funding from?
Okay, I'm going to go in. Staff?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I can handle that one. That is correct. The Bridge Sustainability Program is an annual program that just through some of the significant strides we've made over the past few years and catching up on a lot of those maintenance activities, we've made some significant clawbacks proposed for 2022. And if you actually look further down the forecast, you'll see that we're proposing making that more of a biannual program or every other year, as opposed to an annual program, just because of the state that we managed to get a lot of our bridge infrastructure back in for those routine maintenance things.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Columbus, Councillor Van Michelle, and then Councillor Van Patten. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the top of page 43, project street sweeper replacement. How many street sweepers do we have now, and what do we do with the old street sweeper if we're replacing something? Mr. Godby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Columbus. For street sweepers, Norfolk County currently has two dedicated units that, they spend the majority of their time out in the eastern portion of the county, but they're also utilized in other areas when required. Typically what we would do when one unit has outlived its useful life, it is resold at auction in order to try and recover some costs out of that.
Thank you.
Moving on to Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just backing us up to page 41 in operations under other replacements, number 7331856. Just wondering if staff could elaborate a little bit. I see it's tennis courts reconstruction. I guess, first of all, Percy Carter, I'm wondering if staff could let me know where that is. All the other items under other replacements indicates a location, but I don't know what Percy Carter refers to. So if I could start with that, and then maybe staff could also further, we have $185,000 earmarked for that in 2023. If they could maybe elaborate on what the reconstruction would involve. Thank you.
Staff?
I think, Madam Chair, this might be for Mr. Shoemaker if he's available.
Yes, through the chair, Percy Carter is just right behind Wellington Park in Simcoe. It's part of the Wellington Park system. There's 3-4 parks in that system, and it's one of them.
Okay, thank you, Todd. So when we're talking about reconstruction, are we talking about a total new tennis court complex there, or are we just talking about resurfacing?
Oh, we have to, through the chair, that one there, that is a complete restructure. We've done some core samples, and the pillar under it is not thick enough to put a new one on, so we really need to completely redo that one.
Okay, thank you, Todd. And I just, the reason I'm kind of bringing this up for council is that Simcoe in particular, but Norfolk County in general, outside of Port Dover, does have a shortage of decent quality tennis facilities, and I think if that were to be done in the future, obviously it would coincide well, because I've also received information that the tennis courts that are currently available to the public in Simcoe, which are not public courts, but the ones that people end up deferring to because there aren't any others that they can use in that area, are at these Norfolk Golf and Country Club. And it's my understanding that that property, that part of the property has been sold, and those tennis courts will be coming out. So we will be at another loss of tennis facilities. So thank you for clearing that up, Todd, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Good concerns there, Tom. Thank you. Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The page 39, and if you go page 107, there's a bit more detail in it there, but the stormwater pond rehabilitation program. And again, I have asked this question before about why are stormwater management ponds maintained with tax levy dollars and not funded the same way as a municipal drain would, and have an area rating for the subdivision that particular pond services, and have the residents who benefit from it fund it rather than the general tax levy. Because I can't see, like, each one of those ponds is built for a specific area to manage water runoff for those specific residents. And why is it not treated similar to a municipal drainage system where the user pays?
Interesting question. To staff?
Sure. Actually, I'll just take a stab at it. I see Jason's now raised his hand. It's through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. It's Catherine LeClanc speaking. So I just wanted to let you know it is a good question, Councillor Van Passen. Stormwater management has been dealt with a lot through the Municipal Drainage Act in Norfolk County. However, we are considering and we are looking into, it has been on a list of items to look at storm water rates as a utility. And I'm not sure when that will be coming forth to council. However, Jason may have a little bit more information to help us out.
Thank you, Jason.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Van Passen. Kathy's kind of indicated that, yeah, it is something that is being looked at. Part of the first steps that we had to get through was that initial surveying exercise and actually getting a detailed inventory of what ponds are actually out there in existence and what condition they are currently in. Prior to us being able to look at establishing some sort of utility type rate where you could look at establishing those drainage areas and then putting in those types of charges similar to municipal drain. So staff, through that exercise of going through the inventory and getting some detailed assessments done, did identify some of our short-term needs. Some of these things do need to be addressed right away, but at the same time, we will be looking into the future to have sort of that stormwater utility model implemented. It's going to take some coordination between our community development division, environmental and infrastructure services, as well as finance, to see, and operations for that matter, to establish who's going to do what and how do we establish those drainage areas and then figure out the calculation of those charges. So it is something we have committed to, and it's something that we'll be bringing up more to the forefront as time goes on here over the next couple months, now that we can leverage some of Al's expertise in these types of areas and get him on board with more of this work, that more of the improvements that we want to do here.
That sounds good. I'm going to go to Councillor Huffman, then Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that we moved ahead there to section 3C, and then some councillors have gone back a couple pages, but I'm on page 45, and yes, my highlighted item is the under the Office of the CAO, the other studies and assessments. Really curious as to what the human resources people plan is with an external consultation of $100,000. Could I please get an explanation on that?
To staff or to Mr. Menez?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure whether or not Aaron's on the line or not, or whether finance staff can give us some more information. We do know that as a corporation, we are having difficulties attracting and retaining talent. We know we're having difficulties in some specific key areas, and I believe what this funding request is for is to do some benchmarking, review our compensation strategy, and see where we are as an organization to help us with our resourcing strategy. But finance might have the actual detailed sheet in regards to the details behind the request.
Okay.
Thank you. Finance, have we got any answers there?
I can read it, or we can read it.
I don't have it open. Yeah.
Okay. That didn't come out very clear. So again?
Through the chair, it's Kathleen Plunk again. So the project information that we do have is to retain a third-party consultant to review and analyze Norfolk County's recruitment, retention, and compensation policies and processes to prepare a report on recommendation for consideration to support the goal of being an employee of choice. The justification for the project is the people plan is a strategy for supporting our employees and creating a culture and workplace of excellence. As part of the people plan, the county will look at building a corporate culture that is inclusive, safe, and promotes employee development and well-being by engaging and investing in the people, building leadership strengths and management skills, and looking at attracting and retaining top talent for Norfolk County. In light of recent trends in recruitment and retention, it is important for Norfolk County to review policies and processes related to recruitment and retention that includes total compensation to aid in being an employer of choice. And I believe this has been mentioned in previous reports in the past about the need for a resource plan for succession planning.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Huffman.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I guess my question is, we know what the issue is. I'm really hesitant to put forward $100,000 to tell us what we already know. We know that we lag in the pay department, and until we get that straightened out, we're not going to be the employer of choice. So I'm really questioning $100,000 to tell us what we already know. And I think we have some of these resources in-house. So those are my 2 cents worth, and I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
I next have Councillor Michelle and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment would not be connected to Councillor Huffman's question, so I would defer to someone else. I have an entirely other item to discuss.
Councillor Martin, would your question be pertaining to the same situation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I guess not so much a question, but maybe support Councillor Huffman on this one. I feel like we're almost set up to fail here. We've got a really, really tight budget, and we're picking and choosing what our priorities are. And of course, our staff is a priority for us, but I would have to agree, we're not competitive in pay, and we already know that. I believe we have a culture problem, and I don't think a consultant's going to put it in a report and recognize it, and that will fix it. I think there's probably significant more work that needs to be done, and I don't know if I just want to stamp $100,000 to hire a consultant to come in and tell us what we already know. So I think I would like to have more information, more details, more concrete steps forward on what we can do about that. I'm not entirely sold on it the way it sits.
I'll go to you, Councillor Van Passen. Are you to speak to this?
Yeah, on this issue, to answer Councillor Huffman's query, I have read quite a few articles over the last year and a half. I think because of COVID, sort of society's changed a lot, the workforce has changed a lot, and we have a new generation of workers coming on that are different than old fat guys like me. But sometimes the wages are no longer the priority to a lot of people. It's lifestyle, it's the other benefits available, it's availability of amenities. And maybe, I'll bounce this back to the CAO on his opinion. Is that the kind of thing that this study is looking at, that, we just automatically assume we don't pay enough? But is that really the answer to our problem? Is the problem, do we have to do a better job of selling ourselves? Or is there more to it? Is that what you need this funding or requesting this funding for? So, I'm not solving the problem, I'm adding more to it, but it's not just money anymore. So if somebody could add that to their list of comments, please.
I think you make a good point to go to the CAO if we could.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may. So we had some discussions around this while we were reviewing the budget, and discussions that this had been discussed previously with council. And to be honest with you, staff do feel that they've got the in-house expertise to do a review such as this. The issue becomes in terms of whether council would feel comfortable or residents would feel comfortable if staff are reviewing sort of compensation and sort of the policies around our compensation, you know, and our overall package to new employees. It puts us in a bit of a conflict, and I'm not sure whether council, you know, if we come back and say, you know, yes, based on benchmarking, based on some of the things that we've been able to find, yes, there's an adjustment required, how council would take that. The idea was you get an independent third-party person come in, you look at the overall compensation structure, which I agree, Councillor Van Passen, the compensation or the monetary compensation is one of many tools in that toolbox to help attract and retain the best. But you want to have an independent third party give council that information versus staff doing that and then having to defend something that council may not necessarily agree with. And then we're going to be back to where we're at now, which is, do we need a third party independent person to look at all of that? So I tend to agree. I think we all know that we're challenged right now based on the pay grades that we have and some of the things that we have around us. But in an ideal world, best practice would be to have an independent third party come in and do that analysis for council so that council can then have that informed data in order to make an informed decision going forward. So, but once again, this is like every other issue. If council feels that internal staff, you have the trust in staff to do that analysis and provide an overall recommendation to council on how we proceed, staff are more than happy to do that. If you feel that it's important that you get an independent third party do that analysis for us, then we can do that as well. And that's what the 100K is in there for, was to get an independent person coming in and do that analysis and benchmarking for us.
Chair Vandendriessche, you're on mute.
Well, that did me a lot of good, that long speech. I apologize. I will be going to Councillor Hoffman prior to coming back to Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I, for one, have complete faith in our staff that they're able to provide this information to us. I've worked in other organizations where there's been internal benchmarking done and had no qualms at all about the information not being accurate. And I do understand, Councillor Van Passen, that pay is of one aspect, but it certainly has been a reoccurring theme during the course of this council's term. And I also wanted to address the fact that, and I guess I was under the impression, unless I've misunderstood, but I thought Project Domus was to, that was one of the projects that kind of was to assist in alleviating some of the travel to a workspace, and people had more flexibility to work at home and workstations and things like that. So I feel like that work's already been done, and that was a hefty price tag. So I, for one, am very confident that our staff can take this on in-house.
So in hearing that, Councillor Huffman, before I get back to you, Councillor Shelley, are you suggesting a motion? Yes, can I ask?
No, Madam Chair. I'm not commenting on this particular topic right now. I'm still waiting to go on to another one, so I'm content for now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Huffman if under consideration of your thoughts and that of others, is there any consideration for a motion to be placed on the floor?
Yes, I would propose that a motion be put on the floor, that this item be removed.
Okay, do you have a seconder for your motion?
I don't know.
I do see one. I see Councillor Martin. So we have a motion on the floor in consideration to remove the 100,000 from the budget. I have a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion? To you, Madam Clerk, am I okay doing that?
Through the chair, yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that you captured that. I have Councillor Taylor for discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just wondering what timelines would look like doing that through in-house staff with upcoming projects and whatnot also on the docket. Just would certainly like to know a timeline before we do switch this over.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and through the chair, that's something we'll get back to you. I believe this was originally on the work plan for 2022, and it was going to be in-house HR resources taking the lead on this. So I would venture a guess, subject to confirmation with Aaron, our director of HR, that this will be, if it's so the wish of budget committee that this study be done in-house, that we will get it done. I want to say by the fall of 2022 at the latest.
Your thoughts, Mr. Councillor Taylor?
I'm happy with that. I just want to make sure everyone knew timelines were going to be established there.
Thank you. Councillor Van Patten?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would also expect come January when we do a levy budget that there'll be an adjustment in the staffing because they'll want a little bit extra help to be able to fit this in with everything else they do.
Right.
So, you know, we're going to remove 100,000 from a capital budget. There's probably going to be 25 snuck in for a part-time assistant to handle this project when we do the operating. So, and I would support that kind of concept. It's still saving money in the big picture, but don't be surprised if they come asking for a little bit in January to help do this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Patten. We get your point. Any further debate on this issue? If not, I go to the clerk so I could have a version of the motion, please.
Through the chair, that line item 3532201, Human Resources People Plan, in the amount of $100,000 be removed from the 2022 capital budget.
And I have a seconder. No further discussion. With that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Continuing on, thank you. We will be moving on. My apologies. I will go back to Councillor Michele, who had an issue, not this issue, but a new issue.
Thank you, Chair Van Andrieschie. My question is with regard to the facilities on page 42. For 2022, we have $115,000 earmarked for museums, repairs, and maintenance program. And through you to staff, I'm asking if that amount is contingent on the results of the museum study that is anticipated to be finalized at the end of this month.
Thank you, Councillor Michele. Staff has some thoughts.
Sure, through the chair, it's Brandon here, and I'll rely on our friends from facilities to chime in. I don't believe that these are directly related to the museum study. There's been some specific things that have been identified that require immediate attention. So we'll rely on our facilities folks who I think have identified these specific ones to elaborate more. If that's okay.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, I could take a stab at that question. So in that program, actually, we've identified one project at the Norfolk County Archives. It's an exterior repairs project. Essentially, there's some repointing and some window restoration and front door restoration that is required to be done. So it's an immediate repair that essentially, if that building is required to be functional in the near future, it definitely needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and through you, Madam Chair. And Michael, does that include the door on the archives?
Through the chair, that's correct. It includes the main entrance door on the archives.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Councillor Michele. Moving on, no further discussion in this area. Let's move on, and now we're in the final section of 3D, requisitions from boards and agencies. And we're going to move on to page 40. Oh, Chris, your worship?
Sorry, Councillor Van Den Rishi, can we go back to some of the planning studies and those requests?
Okay, what page are you referring to?
I just lost it here. I flipped over.
Okay.
Uh, 46 and 47.
Okay, 46 and 47.
Specifically, there's the two-zone floodplain study, and I'm just wondering how that overlaps, if Brandon can maybe talk about it with the floodplain review that was undertaken by Long Point.
Sure, thanks, through the chair. So this would actually be the follow-up component. So the floodplain review updated the technical mapping as to the extent and the depth of the floodplain, both for Riverine and the lake. And now the next step, should we choose to do it, and we're going to be prudent with this, is to look at the urban area of Simcoe, the urban area of Port Dover. There is a small portion in Waterford that may be looked at as well, but essentially this would be looking at whether or not it's appropriate to establish a two-zone where there's a floodway and a flood fringe. It would utilize the information and the technical work that's been done in the first phase. And then this would look at whether or not it's appropriate to allow for additional development potential. So for example, in downtown Simcoe, this could help towards some of the revitalization efforts on the one side of the downtown. What's really the primary focus for this would be looking at the policy aspects, and you have to go through scenario building, public engagement. The Long Point Conservation Authority doesn't expect there to be too much additional technical work. At this point in time, we're not 100% confident that when you get into it, that would be the case. And so we're reserving some funds in case we need additional hydraulic study work, because it can be a little bit expensive. Our hope at this time is that we would be able to reduce this or phase it and take a strategic approach as to how we conduct it. There was a grant submission that was unsuccessful in the past, but we have another opportunity for that in the future.
So when you talk about downtown Simcoe, are you talking about like along or the senior center, former senior center, like on Pond Street?
That's generally correct. There's a large portion of land on the east side of downtown Simcoe, some of which the county ourselves owns, which we would be assessing as to what its future possibilities are through this study. And I believe that at the same time, we're doing a development charge study background update. So I believe the funding source is primarily development charges for this component.
Okay, and then I guess the other question in terms of what is the vision with the downtown Simcoe plan? I mean, again, a committee's been created. I know, it sort of comes back to, I think, Councillor Huffman's point with the last study that was going to be initiated. I mean, there's certain things that we already know. Is the funding not actually better served to actually, make a decision about something and pour that money into whatever project, as opposed to more of an, yet again, another analysis?
So through the chair, the downtown Simcoe plan funds are primarily for when we are going to pick up the work that was done on the old plan and reimagine it. And so there is I'm looking forward to the benefit of doing some visualizations so that the public, the BIA, chamber, and council can have some visualizations as to the future potential for downtown Simcoe over the next 20 years. We may have to do a little bit of technical work. Part of it is towards the resource for some in-house. We want to do as much of this in-house as we can versus the Port Dover secondary plan was done at a higher expense with an external consultant. Although we don't have a ton of staff time, to be honest, with a number of priorities, but I'd like to do as much of this in-house. But we don't have the in-house capabilities right now for doing the visualization work as part of the engagement. And reserving a little bit just in case we need to do as part of looking at that future growth, any kind of technical assessments like transportation traffic, if we can conduct that one component of our review and deliver it as part of a secondary plan update, an action plan, hopefully then we do not have to require these type of technical studies from every single application within a downtown Simcoe area.
So I guess, Brandon, where I'm sort of struggling here, I mean, we're still seeing significant challenges in both the building and planning department. And when you talk about moving some of this stuff in-house, in terms of actually moving for our development applications forward and so on, I don't, with the staff resources that you have, I just wonder when there's so many studies going on. And while I see that the official plan review is not budgeted for until 2023, I mean, technically that's kind of taking place now as well. So, how much internal staff time now becomes dedicated to study after study after study over the next 12 months when we've been in here 3 years and yet we're still struggling again internally just with day-to-day operations of moving permits and applications forward. Like, I'm just not sure that it's not that I disagree with some of those. I just think I don't think the volume is practical to handle in a year when you have a relatively brand new department. Especially, I mean, even the other one, the cultural plan, that's being budgeted for next year as well, but theoretically that's also ongoing currently, also within your department. I mean, the next thing will be, well, we can't get our planning applications approved because we're overworked and we don't have the staff resources and capability to do it, but yet we've taken on all these other pet projects. I just think it's too much in 1 year. It's impossible.
Yep, thanks through the chair. Perhaps we're a little bit ambitious, but last year through the budget options, council did approve looking at, instead of doing so much consulting work on some of the studies that were targeted for 2021 and then into 2022, that we would establish a temporary position to help with focusing on these studies. And so that was operationalized during the year. So we do have an individual, we do have a senior planner and a planner that are temporarily working on the studies. And so we do have focus on that, and then we have other focus on development. We appreciate the pressures and the challenges on that, and working with the director on some strategies for how we can be efficient with both development and with the studies. I think as we go through this, the work program exercise of looking towards 2022 and 2023, along with the development chart study, I can see that some components of those happening into the future because we are spread a little thin. To be honest, the downtown Simcoe plan was underway before. There's a lot of pressure to move forward with that. I'd like to do a lot of the work for myself, and some of our directors are wanting to get involved in these, but we appreciate the feedback. The land evaluation and area review study, we've made significant strides on. So there is a report coming in the new year on that one. So there's some action there, the downtown Simcoe plan, and then the two-zone study. At the time, the Conservation Authority identified that they would project manage that. And so we would be a supporting resource.
If I could ask just a question, Madam Chair, over to Al. I'm just wondering, like, while I appreciate that Long Point might, spearhead this two-zone floodplain study, again, it does take internal resources to be able to oversee each of these projects. And I would rather see that be pushed out a year, despite the fact that it's being funded out of DCs. It's not about the funding source so much for me. It's about the fact that, yes, we have a senior planner that's dedicated to overseeing these projects, but that senior planner could also be helping to move planning applications forward. It's not that the position was created just to oversee studies. I mean, we have a certain number of planners, and all we do is get complaints day in and day out about the fact that applications aren't being processed fast enough. So I'm concerned about the internal resources that are being used to manage this many different studies and plans and.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor. I mean, it's a discussion that we can certainly take offline with Brandon and myself. I'm not sure if the skill set that you're looking for would be the same skill set in terms of managing these studies and helping out with development applications. But point taken, we can certainly take this offline, and Brandon and I will we'll brainstorm, and we will give council an update later on, either today or tomorrow, in terms of what we recommend as a move forward.
Okay, like for me, I mean, one of them I'd be, keen to remove, as an example, that two-zone floodplain study for this year, recognizing that, again, that DC charge study is also underway, the museum plan is underway, and, the official plan review is underway, despite the fact that those are all budgeted in a future year. So, sorry, and just to clarify, Alvin, would you prefer I just left it alone right now and then you'll come back with it?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, please. If we could just leave it here for now, Brandon and I will brainstorm, and we'll give council an update.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Therefore, no motion. I have next on the agenda here is Chris Van Patten, and then, Councillor Van Patten, and then Councillor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't get a chance. I missed one back on page 43. The Erie Shores Wind Farm display replacement. I know it's not till 2023. It's $10,000. When they put that up 20 years ago, wind turbines were a cool and wonderful thing that everybody wanted to go look at. I think everybody knows what they are, and I'm not sure that we need to replace a little kiosk that tells us what they are anymore. So, I'd be suggesting it just be permanently removed from the budget, unless you want to replace it with a clean up and tear it down cost. But I don't think there's a need to worry about the telling people what wind turbines are anymore.
Actually, take your point. Would you like to make that a motion to remove it, or would you like some clarification on, is that what the necessity is for that?
Well, since it's not scheduled till 2023, if we gave staff direction, it would probably just disappear out of next year's budget, and that would clean it up. But whichever way the clerk or staff would like it, I could move that it just be deleted, and then we eliminate the need for a display for the Erie Shores Wind Farm.
Defer to you, Madam Clerk, or to Brandon?
Through the chair, yeah, I would like clarification from finance or the department responsible for that, if they prefer it.
How do you prefer it?
Through the chair, I think staff would appreciate the council direction. We've debated this one for a while and keep putting it back. Of similar opinion to Councillor Van Patten. It is for replacement. How much is it really needed in today? So if council wishes or desired that we just remove this, I think staff would be amenable to that, but it would be helpful if we had that direction from all of council.
Can I go back to you, Councillor Van Patten, and request a motion?
I will put forward the motion that the $10,000 allocated for the Erie Shores Wind Farm display replacement in 2023 be deleted from the long-term capital budget.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus. Let's have further debate, because I see a lot of hands up, so I'm not sure how I go through this one. So, okay, anyone here wishing to debate this motion on the floor? Okay, I'm going to you, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I support that, and I recall when that signage was put in place, it served its purpose, and it's just creating a maintenance cost for the county. Everybody knows what wind turbines are all about today. That was one of the first wind farms in Ontario.
Yeah, it was. Going to you, Mayor Chop, discussion on this issue, or no, you're good. Therefore, without any further discussion, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Did you capture that? Madam Clerk, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go forward then. I have Councillor Michelle, and then I have your worship, Chuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm referring to an engineering study on page 45. It's 5532334. It's regarding a seawall inventory and inspection. And I just want to, in this case, commend staff for putting it into the 2022 capital budget plan, because it is frankly sorely needed. And this year is coming up is the optimal time. There are an increasing number of queries from constituents about some of the integrity of some of the county seawall along the lake shores in particular. So I just want to mention that I think that is a well-placed item. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's good. Moving on to Mayor Chow.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, I don't know who I want to direct this question to, perhaps finance, but well, the first part of the question is, what exactly with the water facility inventory and inspections and the wastewater facility inventory and inspections exactly is taking place with that at this point in time, considering we're about to dramatically change our water operations, and we theoretically should have done somewhat of an inventory of our wastewater facilities, considering we RFP'd our wastewater services for the first time in a decade.
Direct the question maybe to Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Mayor Chop. The intention of those programs are really to are more focused on the physical, actual building assets. Over time, one of the things that we've discovered is that there has been a significant disconnect between facility maintenance and management of the bulk of all the county facilities and our water and wastewater buildings. There was very little discussion and coordination back to then, and back and forth between those two groups. So really, this is to kind of get some of that structural analysis done on some of them. For the most part, I mean, you talk about wastewater facilities. Some of that is being touched on through the new Aqua contract. However, we don't have some of those building condition details in with our regular facilities maintenance, which we're looking to kind of centralize all of that on a plan going forward. On the wastewater, or on the water side, there will be certain facilities that, yes, in the long term, we may be able to dispose of. We're talking about well houses and, even some of the other treatment buildings, but anything like reservoirs, even some of the Cedar Street, our administration offices and buildings, that work had never really been done. So we don't have a good idea of, what is the life expectancy of some of these roofs that are still out there. So that's kind of the overall intent of those two things, especially if we get into the fact of looking at future asset disposals. It's just to make sure that we're very well informed as to what we have and what they're worth and what other future costs may come down the pipe on us there.
So what makes that this year? I mean, it seems like this, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like there's a creative way of getting new budget initiatives that should properly be on the levy put into the capital plan. I mean, I understand how you're justifying it by putting it in the capital plan, but it's not really the way that it's kind of like these things are all being snuck in here with no details being provided to council versus a new NBI that would be included in the for the operating budget, where we've actually got information that's being presented. So I've never seen this in previous budgets where these little things are all cropping up like this.
Through the chair to Mayor Chop, I can speak to that. It's Catherine Fanning here. So you are right. In the past number of years, we have changed the philosophy of which items go into the capital plan versus what items go into the operating plan. The fundamental difference is studies that are over $20,000 and will last longer than 1 year and are specific in nature, so we know the work that's going to be done, we include those within the capital plan. And the reason why we've done that over the last 2 years was to actually provide some additional updates to council when we do the capital status reporting on those projects, so on a more regular basis. And as well to allow those projects that will go over 1 year in the levy operating. We don't need to try to forecast when the expenditures will happen, because what happens is we set up the capital project. The source of funding may be the levy funding still or the rate funding budget itself, and we bring those funds into the project when the project is approved. So what I'm hearing though is that you'd like to see some more descriptions and justifications relating to these studies as they pop up. So we would be happy to bring forward those project sheets in the future for all the studies that are in the capital plan, should that be something council would request, because we do have that information available.
Well, yeah, I mean, I find it, unfortunately, it was over the weekend I first got to have a look at this, and I have so many questions that I'm not even going to raise today, but we can, talk moving forward into sort of the 10-year forecast. But, when I see a study less than 20,000 that gets put on the levy, we've got a whole page description that it's on it. But here, I mean, it's item after item after item this year with absolutely no information provided other than sitting here at the budget meeting and asking questions about it. I just, you're talking about a $250,000 item doesn't get a description of the NBI, but because it's in the capital plan, but a $10,000 item gets significant attention in the next budget coming forward. So I don't know. I'm kind of struggling. Like I would have liked to have had the opportunity to go, and I'm still not sure that I can rationalize doing, an inventory of some of these facilities when, it's going to be more looking at decommissioning them and putting some of that money towards it. So I just, without having time to really kind of dive into it and understand what's going on, I was surprised to see basically what are all kinds of NBIs that are randomly thrown into the capital plan.
Through the chair, I do apologize, Mayor Chop, we should have brought that to council's attention a little bit more front forward. But what I can say is because any projects that are funded directly from the rate budget or directly from the levy budget, we do leave those as kind of approved in principle, but able to be rediscussed at those respective budgets. So what I can say is we can work on packaging up the descriptions and justifications for those studies in a package to send out to council and the public, so additional information of the studies that are related to that are funded from levy and rate budgets this year, if that will help support.
Okay, that I'm fine with. If we can discuss, so we'll just anticipate that I'll come back to some of these then when we discuss the operating budget. Given that these aren't something that you need the capital budget, I know you need the capital budget approved so that you can go and start tendering some of these projects and stuff early. So, I don't mind that as long as we can anticipate that we'll kind of come back to a few of them.
Okay, thank you. Are we, any further questions? Mayor Chop? Nope. Nope. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. We're going to be looking at section 4. This is capital reserves, reserve funds, and development charges. Let's move on. Where can I find that? Okay, are there any questions in section 4? Okay. All righty. I'll mute to get there. All right, since I see no, oh, I have a question from Councillor Van Patten. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a question. It's actually a compliment to our staff and to our taxpayers that, you know, the summary of the reserves, when we get out to like 2028, they're actually black numbers this year for the first time in 20 years. So, you know, a lot of work from staff but it's still the taxpayers is making up for it, but we are going to get there if we, you know, continue on this path. So, you know, it's nice to see black numbers on the account. It's kind of hard to believe we had a bunch of reserve accounts that were all negative a couple of years ago, and I still don't understand how you can have a piggy bank that's full of IOUs, but Norfolk County did it, so we'll get there. So just a compliment again to staff. Thank you.
I too, Mr. Chair, would like to compliment the staff. It's amazing, and I'm very thankful. We didn't get into this situation over a short time. We got over it a long time, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get out of it. So anyway, that's well appreciated. So therefore, over to Madam Clerk, I'm moving on to section 5, which is the assessment management capital details. I am here. Do we have any further questions? We do have a recommendation. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, we would just like to request about a 5-minute break. Finance just needs to rejig some numbers for that final motion.
Exactly.
And then the other piece is we just need clarification on the planning project items, how we're going to handle those as part of this final motion. So we'll try to seek all that in a 5-minute break if possible.
Oh, well, I think we're having time, so let's make it a 10.
Thank you.
Okay, 10 minutes, that is at 1:40. Thank you. Because we are going to be looking at section 5.
I don't see Councillor Columbus or Councillor Huffman.
Oh, you're right. Okay, how are we doing? Every time I look down, something else appears on the screen. I'm looking for Councillor Huffman. Barring that, let's continue on with section 5 and looking towards that. If we have any questions on section 5 or any comments, these are the details. Oops, I can't look down. I'm not supposed to look down. Okay. Oh, Clerk?
Through the chair, before you, when you're done with section 5 and before you move on to the recommendation, finance staff would just like an opportunity to provide a little bit of commentary before I read out the new motion.
Absolutely, not a problem. After we entertain some questions, we have a question here from Councillor Michele. Line item? Oh, I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Tom.
Madam Chair. I'm referring to the to page 105, the Bridge Rehabilitation Program.
Oh, my thoughts.
5532227. It's the Big Creek East Quarter Line Bridge. It's earmarked for $127,000 for rehabilitation. I wonder if through you I could ask staff to elaborate on what the rehabilitation is going to be.
Through the chair to Councillor Michele. You can bear with me for one moment. What was that? Which specific project was that again? Do you have the number?
It's the East Quarter Line Big Creek Bridge Rehabilitation, Jason.
Ending in 2227.
2227. Yes. I don't have the exact details in front of me, but we can pull that OSIM report if council wishes. It's basically, it was noted in 2018 and 2020 during those OSIMs that the bridge condition index was only rated at a 58, and they were recommending a minor rehabilitation within 1 to 5 years. So that's where you're going to see there the $127,000 referenced in 2022 for the engineering work, and the $1.335 million earmarked in 2023 for the actual rehab work on that structure. I see Ms. Fanning has just she's all over it and resent me the OSIM report here, so it's just loading up if you're looking for a little additional detail.
Yeah, whenever you or finance is ready, Jason, that would be fine. We could, if that would assist, we could go on to someone else's question and come back to that if the chair would prefer.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Godby?
Yes, no, I'm good. I've got it here. It was basically a review, their overall comments. The wing walls and abutments need some maintenance work. There's some drainage improvements that need to be done in the area. They've noted those are the two big things, but then just some additional armor work and some restraining devices of the structure itself. So this would be considered, I guess, a relatively minor rehabilitation work, with the intention that it's going to significantly prolong the life of that structure.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I'm going over to Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, my question is with respect to reference number 55-32525. It's the James Street reconstruction to Highway 3, basically the connecting link. You've got that pushed out to 2026, I guess. And that portion of road can't wait that long, as you know. It's been patched. It's rough. 10,000 cars a day, vehicles a day travel through that road. 4-lane highway. The things under construction now from Church over to Argyle. And it's a connecting link. So can you comment on that, on how we move that project up to resolve some of our issues on that particular stretch?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Columbus. I don't disagree with you that it's not an ideal road surface condition going through there. One of the things that we would note on that project is corresponding project. It would be for James Street from King to Talbot, which is that intersection, I guess, by KFC there, the Church, James and King intersection. We've got that project also identified for that James Street, basically that intersection, and then that far end from Argyle heading south out of town. Those are the two remaining spots of that connecting link in order which to be done. What we have done is also split that project just for a workload management standpoint. It's a lot to chew to keep a 4-lane highway open, 2 through traffic while doing that reconstruction work to get it all done in 1 year. So what we've done is we've carried these through with the intention that whenever the connecting link funding is available, we will apply for any eligible projects. James Street in Delhi is one that is an eligible project for that. So we'll apply, and if we get that grant funding, the intention would be that we accelerate the completion of those projects forward. Of course, that would be with council's approval as well. But from a staging standpoint, I know the original thought was that, we'd be able to, within 2 or 3 years, quickly rip through the main drag of Delhi on Highway 3 there and get all that rehab done. The unfortunate reality is just due to the complexity of some of that work, it is taking more time, and we need to bite it off in smaller, more manageable pieces. So that's kind of the reasoning as to why it's been delayed and pushed off. I know from a road surface standpoint, our staff and roads operations have been expressed the same concerns as well. That's why we did do some hot mix padding to try and hold that far end of town together. But as for bumping it forward, it's just a matter of when we can get funding and when we can actually physically get that work done.
Thank you for that. I got a second question. Where do we find the County Road 45 bridge reconstruction in this capital budget, Jason?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that bridge structure is a currently active project, so it's not included as a new project. You normally would see that identified in the any of the capital status reports. From a standpoint going forward, it's going to be, staff will be bringing back information on that in the next month or two on 45, so we can get things moving on that once again. Once I've had a better opportunity to have a a discussion as to where things are at with our engineering staff, with our new CAO, and with our new local ward councillor there.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you for that question as well, Mike. Any further questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to refer back to you, Madam Clerk. Also, I think the accounting department have requested a bit of time.
Yeah, through the chair, if finance wants to provide their commentary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vandendriessche. So just an update on where we're at with numbers. So for within the 2022 capital budget, we are now at $43,906,000. And then for the years 2023 to 2031, our revised number is $627,299,000. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that in our motion, one of the lines states that staff be authorized to immediately proceed with the 2022 capital projects that are not funded directly from tax levies or water wastewater rates. So staff are recommending that Mr. Salone and Mr. Meneses just take some time to have those conversations relating to the planning studies and have those conversations prior to the levy supported budget deliberations, and that their recommendations come forward at that time because those studies are partially funded from the levy.
Thank
So
you.
through the chair, I have put the motion up on the screen for council to see. So we would need a mover and a seconder for this.
Absolutely. I see the mayor is, are you moving or having a question? Your worship?
I'm happy to move the motion and then I can just
appreciate it. Seconded by Mr. Michele, Councilor Michele, my apologies. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder on the floor. Any further debate?
So I guess not so much, debate is more of some comments here. On page 5 of the report that went along that preceded the capital plan, I just want to read one of the paragraphs here. It talks about, once the service level is established, council will need to address the following options to ensure an improved financial outlook, as well as to place the county in a better position to support new initiatives. And there's 2 options. One is to increase tax and rates in order to increase infrastructure reserve contributions. 2 is to increase debt reliance over the approved 15% level. But I think in the context of, when we start looking at a 10-year forecast, we can debate the number because of the double counting with the water, but with a $90+ million increase from what was presented to us last year, I think we have to I think finance over the next coming months needs to take a hard look over that 10-year forecast and look at it through the lens of our constituents saying, hey, we want our municipality to focus on those core services. Is it realistic to have a skateboard park in every single community? Is it realistic to have a dog park in every single community? Just as we decided it wasn't realistic to have a museum in each community, and we made some changes to that. So I think that we really have to start to look at moving forward, again, what are the needs and what are the wants of the community, especially given the tax increases we've seen through this term of council and how that looks moving forward for people. So I'm happy to support, to lend my support and to approve that at this point. But I think next year, though, there needs to be again a much stronger look at that 10-year forecast and what things can be actually removed from that to reduce that gap.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor. Tom, any comments?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Other than I would echo what the mayor said. That was really I think brought to mind with regard to the dog parks. We have a tendency, I believe, in the past that every community has to have all the service that every other one does, and I think the comment that was made in the budget surveys that people are willing to drive a little bit of extra time to access some of these facilities and services might give us a little bit of a lead into the fact that maybe we don't have to have a skate park everywhere, that type of thing. So I certainly would support this as well.
I go to Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I support this capital budget, and I think it's very important. I hope staff finds the time to move forward with the tendering process on many of these items, because the quicker we get out there, the lower the cost those projects will come in at.
Absolutely. Any other further comments? Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess if everyone's throwing in some support, I might as well do the same, especially in my local ward. There were some items pulled in a previous year to get things out for tender faster, to find cheaper rates and so on, and staff have completely done that and put them back in without being pestered. So great job by staff. Thank you very much for all your work on the budget.
Okay, with that, any further comments? If not, I will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion that was presented? Opposed? Carried. Okay, with that, I'd just like to comment and thank the staff for the job that they do. It is not easy to crystal ball what's going to happen in 10 years, so it's very, very difficult. I'm going to move on here and further that in the 2022 staff be directed to provide options of the 2023 to 2031 capital forecast based on various levels of service. Is there any, oh, I think that's already done, isn't it? Yeah, I'm done with that. Okay. I take it now for a motion for adjournment. Anybody in favor of leaving? Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor to adjourn this meeting, but stay tuned for the next one. All those in favor, opposed? No, back to, I apologize, before I call it, yeah?
Through the chair, I just wanted to remind council that this is the same meeting link for public hearings at 3 o'clock.
Perfect. All in favor, that was carried. None opposed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you did a great job.
Oh, thank you. I think you guys did a great job, and I think staff did a great job. It's not easy to bring back these memories of working as a chair, that's for sure. But anyway, you did an amazing job. Thanks to you.
Well done, Chair. Thank you.
televised. With that, I will now call the public hearing committee to order. If I could have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Van Andriessen, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? That is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none, I will officially open the public meetings held under the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and County Policy. Please be advised that in order to preserve your right to appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal, you are required to make comments or provide written submissions prior to the passage of a bylaw. It is important to note that no final decisions are being made on these matters today. These meetings are to allow the public to provide initial comments, and further reports will come forward at a future date. First is staff report CD 2197. That's an application that's been received to establish a temporary use bylaw to permit the use of a garden suite, approximately 102 square meters in size on the subject lands for a period of 5 years. The application is seeking relief to the minimum distance separation guidelines to permit the garden suite approximately 48 meters from a poultry barn where 154 meters is suggested. The site is designated agricultural in the Norfolk County official plan and zoned agricultural by a zoning bylaw 1Z 2014. David and Elisa Friesen have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 246 Elgin County Road 55. And Jennifer, if you'd like to go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. You did a very good job presenting, so I'll keep it very brief. But this is a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment application to permit the garden suite. It was previously presented at the public hearing committee meeting on September the 7th, and the applicants have revised or amended their application based on comments received regarding the poultry barn located to the south of the property, which you can see on the map. So just to highlight very briefly, the applicants have rotated the proposed garden suite, as shown in the hatched box here, to run east-west to provide a greater distance from the poultry barn, which is located down here on the south. So I won't go too deep into the policies because we did discuss those last times, but there is policy in the PPS to support garden suites, as well as the official plan. The Planning Act also permits garden suites for a maximum of 20 years. So some specific policies in our OP that do permit or sort of support the development of a garden suite are shown on the screen now. So a maximum of 1 garden suite is permitted per lot. Garden suites are permitted by way of temporary use bylaw for an initial period of 11 years. So in this case, because of the concerns regarding the poultry barn, the applicants have requested a shorter period of time so that in 5 years we can review again to see if it's still appropriate to have the temporary use on the site. So we can go through the process again. So the next criteria is that the location, the proposed location, meets the MDS guidelines. So as part of the amended application, the applicants have requested relief of that, which is permitted through the guidelines. So the county also has to be satisfied that there is a legitimate and justified need to accommodate a person in a separate suite in close proximity to the principal unit. The unit must be designed to be temporary, and it must be removed when the legitimate need no longer exists. So again, garden suites are generally provide a flexible housing option for individuals who need to, live in close proximity to other people to help them out. We haven't received any comments from agencies in regard to this application. We have also received no public input in regards to the amended application, and planning staff is available for any questions the committee may have.
Thanks, Jennifer. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the way this new system is supposed to work, right? Review it and take some input and make some adjustments, and the applicants have done that, and I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, do we have a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councillor Columbus, thank you. And Councillor Michelle, I saw that your hand was up. I'll give you the opportunity, otherwise we'll move into debate here on the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for staff. Jennifer, in the report it says there's a poultry barn there. that houses 2,600 pigeons. Is pigeons the correct word? Are they pigeons?
Through the chair, yes, there are pigeons, or I believe the official term is squab.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't actually chickens, because 2,600 chickens can be a far cry different circumstance than 2,600 pigeons. So, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor, I just didn't put my hand down.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Councillor Columbus, you're on mute.
I wanted to indicate that these are actually growing pigeons. They're not necessarily just squabs that are raised in that particular barn.
Any debate on the motion? All right, seeing none, then we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Next is staff report CD 21-108. It's an application that's been received to extend a temporary use bylaw permit, to permit the use of a garden suite mobile home for a period of 3 years on the subject lands. Wolfgang and Rita Frank have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 1,000 concession 7 Townsend. And Jennifer, I believe this one is yours as well. Like, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, just briefly, the policies are pretty much the same. The only difference with this application is the applicants are requesting a renewal. So just for some background, sorry. So the site is designated agricultural in the OP and zoned agricultural in the zoning bylaw. The original bylaw was passed in 2015 to permit or to establish the garden suite. And so as part of the policies, the applicants are requesting a renewal for 3 years. The garden suite is already there and it's in this box that I'm circling here. And without going into detail, the policies, like I mentioned, they are pretty similar to what happened for the other application. Again, we've received no comments of concerns from the agencies or the public, and planning staff are here to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, in that case, does somebody wish, or I should ask, actually, is there anyone online that wishes to speak to the application? I don't believe anyone's registered. All right, in that case, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Second by Councillor Huffman.
Through the mayor, I believe we are up and running again. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Teresa. And just to advise council, I saw a couple of hands go up for questions. Mr. Rowe is here as well, so perhaps some of your questions might be answered by him. We could allow him to go first, but if you prefer, Councillor Columbus, I can let whatever you prefer.
Yes, my question, I guess, could go to Mr. Rowe as well.
And Councillor Vanden Rishi? Okay, in that case, Mr. Rowe, I'm going to let you go first, and then council can ask questions of staff once you finish. So welcome, sir, and I'll turn the floor over to yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, the purpose of the application by my client is, I guess, some housekeeping. He has the property he's had for a good number of years. A property with an antique barn, which has been there as long as I can remember. And then on the south side of the property, an existing residential building, I understand, was a duplex. What the desire is to divide the two properties, presumably to, especially the commercial property, to possibly sell it. He has no plans at all to do anything different in it at this time. When we looked at the property, the actual, based on the air photography, the commercial zone actually ran through the center of the barn, the antique barn. Didn't match up at all with what would be reasonable to separate as a commercial property. So we therefore looked at a more logical division between the residential and the commercial portion, and asked for rezoning of a strip of land in between. The existing house, he has removed the back part of the house, which enables him to meet the required rear yard setback. So that would be required in the residential zone for the residential use on the south side of the property. Again, on the north side, I would expect at some point someone will buy that property being zoned highway commercial or surface commercial, at which time a detailed look at what use could go on that property. The size of the property's configuration is such that there are likely certain limitations on what that property could be used for. It's also possible that that property could be consolidated with an adjoining property if developed for commercial purposes. That area, the entire area where that property sits, is designated in the official plan as surface commercial or highway commercial. Ultimately, those uses are intended to prevail in the long term. But in the shorter term, we have to look at what mitigation we can do between a commercial use and a sensitive residential use. So he doesn't have any plans at this point. I know the planner had contacted me yesterday saying that, putting me on notice, which I'm fully aware, that it is under site plan control and that there are many uses that may not be put to the property, but at this point we're not prepared to come up with some hypothetical use and do the reams of studies that would be required. This housekeeping exercise that we're going through has already cost my client well, in excess of $10,000 just in terms of application fees and survey, plus the removal of the back of the house. So he's into this for quite a bit of money just to separate the property so that if a prospective purchaser for the commercial property were to come by, that he would have a parcel to sell, or if there was a purchaser for the residential property on the south side, he has the properties properly split. And it's, again, part of, I would say, estate planning, that type of thing. And at this point, we don't even want to hazard a guess as to what type of commercial use would go in there. We're happy to maintain the status quo with an antique shop, which my understanding is open periodically. It's not, again, a vibrant business, but at least it has been there for many years. So we're just basically doing housekeeping exercise on this property. Happy to answer any questions that staff might have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Rowe. Councilor Columbus, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Rowe's done a good job of answering my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilor Van Den Rishi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Ms. Mayor. When I'm curiosity of distance. When I look at the property viewed from the property from Queensway, when I look straight back, is that sufficient space between the barn and then the house? Because you say he's taking the south end of the house off.
Well, I meant excuse me. The north would be the north end of the house has been removed. Yeah, I made a mistake in that. Yeah, the house is outside of the property, but we removed the north part of the house.
I'm sure everyone in staff has done their due diligence, but how much space will be allowed between the antiques barn, looking straight from number 3, looking that way to the house? Like, how much distance is between there?
Yeah, we've met the zoning bylaw requirements for the rear yard. Whatever the zoning bylaw requirement is, we certainly have met it and a bit. To meet the zoning requirements, in particular for the residential building, should that be sold off, it would meet the bylaw requirements.
So in essence, it's the south side of that home that's going to have some deconstruction to make it work on that property line.
Yeah, in order to establish the property, we had to remove the back part of the house, which is the north part of the house, but we had to remove that in order to meet the rear yard setbacks for the residential property.
Yes, I understand your point, because I'm looking at it backwards, so I'm seeing it that what I'm assuming is the front of the house, is the back of the house, and also is the north side versus the south side. So as long as it's got all the criteria of distance in between, I'm quite satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it has been there a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you.
Councilor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Not so much a question as a comment that, this business has operated for as long as I can remember. This property has been a little anomaly ever since the province changed where Highway 3 went 50 or 60 years ago. And like Highway 3 used to be what is now North Main Street, right? So, to have a zoning line go through the middle of a building, that's never been proper. And I think I agree with Mr. Rowe's presentation. It's a little housekeeping matter to put a line on a map where it should have always been rather than where it arbitrarily was. And they've done a good job of finding a solution for the backyard setback for the residential part. I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation because I think it is a housekeeping matter where it should have been all along. So.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just one second. Is there any other questions for Mr. Rowe while we have him? All right, seeing none then. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, is there any, Councilor Van Den Rishi, do you have another question still? No? Okay. Is there anyone on the line that wishes to speak to the application? Again, is there anyone that has joined the call that wishes to speak to this application? Okay, in that case then, Councillor Van Passen, I understand you're moving staff's recommendation. Is there a seconder? Councillor Taylor, thank you. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that is carried. And with that, I think that's the shortest public hearings committee meeting we've ever had. If I could have a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Councillor Huffman, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that is carried. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. See everybody next week.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Clerk, you're not allowed to party.